Welcome, everyone. While my fellow colleagues are taking their seats, I would like to give some opening remarks. First and foremost, thank you so much for taking your time to attend this session. It is my utmost pleasure and true delight to welcome you and facilitate the discussion around science and technology diplomacy across Europe and Asia, and introduce you briefly to the initiative that gathers this outstanding panel of 6 country informants, myself, and an even wider group of very committed and talented and knowledgeable young professionals who are interested in science, technology, innovation, and the future of the societal impact of these domains. May I ask for the projection of the slides, please? Okay. There seems to be a disconnect between the front slide and the one that I see in front of me. Okay. Yes, now it's in sync. Yeah, just a quick reminder. So the title of this session is Bridging Continents and Advancing Science, the Future of Asia-Europe Science Diplomacy. And what I would like to particularly highlight before I go into some technical introduction is that this panel gathers a balanced representation from Europe and Asia. So even if geographically today we are meeting here in Europe, we have a substantial presence of perspectives from Asia gathered in this outstanding panel. We are all gathered together by Asia-Europe Foundation, known by the abbreviation of ASEF. To those who are less familiar with this institution, I would like to say a few words. The Asia-Europe Foundation is an intergovernmental and not-for-profit organization based in Singapore. As the only permanent institution of the Asia-Europe meeting, or ASEM, it has been working since 1997 to bring together governments and civil society members across Asia and Europe, spanning 51 countries, the European Union, and the Secretariat of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, with a mission to facilitate regional knowledge exchange and peer-to-peer collaboration. ASEF works to enhance dialogue, enable exchanges, and encourage collaboration across the thematic areas of culture, education, governance, sustainable development, public health, and media. Today, the project which we are bringing you falls under the thematic area of education, where Asia-Europe Foundation works to connect youth, students, teachers, educators, higher education leaders, policymakers to contribute to innovation in the formal and non-formal education sector and towards the Sustainable Development Goals and the United Nations Agenda 2030. And a couple of words on the exact initiative, which is only one of the projects under the guidance and steering of Asia-Europe Foundation. So the Asia-Europe Science and Technology Initiative is a new project of Asia-Europe Foundation's Education Department. As of this year, this initiative conducts research and connects academics, diplomats, professionals, and students engaged in international collaborations related to science, technology, and innovation in Asia and Europe. The objectives with this new project are, firstly, to facilitate knowledge exchange between different actors in the field. Secondly, to contribute to further understanding of science and technology diplomacy. And thirdly, to build peer-to-peer networks among future leaders. and all of which helps to contribute to the overarching objective of Asia-Europe Foundation of enabling dialogue and promoting Asia-Europe cooperation. And to briefly introduce you to the forthcoming Asia-Europe Science and Technology Diplomacy Report. It is guided by the following two research questions. What strategies do countries in Asia and Europe have for science diplomacy? And second one, what actions and tools are being used to implement these strategies? And to concisely introduce you to the methodology, we were guided by the questionnaire for the compiling of the country report addressed in the following items. First element, national science and technology diplomacy strategies and their coordination mechanism. Second, actions and tools to implement the strategies. Third element, science and technology diplomacy personnel in all its diversity and variety. And fourth, the future outlook of our respective countries. Country informants conducted interviews with stakeholders in the field to validate and complement desk research. And all this analytical work resulted in individual country reports and data to be used for comparative analysis. Overall, more than 40 country informants out of altogether 53 Asia-Europe Foundation members were included in the research project. Though not covering all Asia-Europe Foundation member countries, the results will be able to provide an overview of the priorities in different countries and regions in Asia and Europe in the field of science diplomacy and identify common areas and themes. And this analytical work aims to provide insights and recommendations to the relevant institutions on areas for enhanced collaboration within and across both regions. And in the long term, the expected impact of the Asia-Europe Science and Technology Diplomacy Report is to promote connectivity and collaboration between Asian and European stakeholders in science, technology, and diplomacy, and empower regional stakeholders. Firstly, through fostering interdisciplinary and international research around science and diplomacy. Secondly, identifying national and regional science diplomacy initiatives. And thirdly, indicating potential areas of inter-regional cooperation in science diplomacy. And last but not least, promoting intergovernmental cooperation through national and regional collaboration and research on science diplomacy initiatives. And now to give you a more nuanced insight into country-specific perspectives, I would like to invite Olivia to take the floor and present her major findings on France.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just give it a second for the slides to follow. Yes. Okay, first things first. So my name is Olivia. I'm French, and I am a researcher. So my full-time job is to evaluate public policies and programs to improve their impact, essentially. So today I'm going to speak about the French strategy, and I wanted to acknowledge one of the key contributors to my study, who is in the room today, which is expert Pierre-Bruno Ruffini. But this research has covered extensive desk research, interviews with the foreign ministry in France, and also practitioners who were part of the network of France abroad. So, you know, the French have been fairly reactive when it comes to their science diplomacy strategy. As you know, the big conference from 2010 that defined science diplomacy for the first time happened then. France took about 2 years to react to that and have an official position. And this is the foreign ministry that laid out that official position and led on it. So now, of course, it's 11 years later. We've had many more presidents and different governments in France. So the framework is becoming quite out of date, and it's widely acknowledged that it needs to be revised. But that doesn't prevent France from having an extremely active science diplomacy, and we'll come to this in a second. There should be a new strategy coming soon. The Foreign Ministry told me that it could come as soon as next year. What they were focusing on in the past few years in France was to get the basics in place in terms of reforming the national research system and the national higher education system. They wanted that first, and they did huge reforms in the last few years about that before they wanted to tackle science diplomacy. So quickly on the priority areas. So France is extremely interested in becoming a leader on climate resilience, but also biodiversity. So that's a huge priority of the French strategy. And obviously we've seen France in action at the COP21, and France has research institutions focused on this topic of climate resilience. Medical and health sciences. France is quite keen to address health disparities and be a key player in, responding to health crises, like, for instance, the one we had on COVID-19. France also wants to lead on AI and innovative technology solutions. So that's a big area of focus for France, trying to attract talents in that domain. And finally, I think a very interesting and different aspect to France's science diplomacy is the focus on social sciences. I think it's quite unique in the sense that France has joined units of research abroad dedicated to social sciences. And that's something I haven't seen as strongly in other similar countries. Okay, so now I wanted to talk about the object when it comes to its science diplomacy. But the way I wanted to do that is I wanted to map roughly, it's not perfect, obviously, but I wanted to map roughly those objectives against those three areas that we all know of science diplomacy. And when we look at France's strategy broadly, it very, very, very much fits the bill when it comes to using science for diplomacy and using diplomacy for science. But we'll come to it. Science in diplomacy is probably the area that is acknowledged, and France is intentional about it, but is not maybe as strong. So if we start with using science for diplomacy, France is very much doing that. And the way it does that is that it's using science to increase its economic competitiveness. So for instance, as mentioned, on climate change and innovative digital technology, France really wants to attract the top talents in those fields and become a leader in those fields. And so what that means is, a variety of initiatives really dedicated to attraction of researchers, students, innovators, so also entrepreneurs. France spends a lot of energy and resources in trying to attract the top talent. But France also uses science to maintain its soft diplomacy. So for instance, France uses science in its former areas of influence, in Francophone Africa, in Southeast Asia, to really sustain ties with countries that have already ties with France. And so the way it does that is, with research institutes, identifying and working with excellence and talents in those countries. So you probably know about the Pesti Institute. They have a lot of local antennas working with the talents in those countries. But also France has a dedicated digital platform to maintain ties with its, alumni, like foreign students who've studied in France before. And then finally, France is very keen to use science to genuinely tackle global challenges and have a common response to those global challenges, climate change, public health, sustainable development. France is really keen to use science to collaborate. When we turn to diplomacy for science now, obviously France is very, very strongly engaged in that. And so the whole lot of funding and attention of French efforts is very much channeled to facilitate research cooperation. And the way France does that is through multilateral forums, of course. So the EU, France is incredibly active in the EU, in Horizon, the Horizon program, UNESCO, but also very much on a bilateral basis. So for instance, France has 15 to 20 countries that has been selected, with whom it really has very thorough meetings regularly to establish the cooperation roadmaps with those countries. And once those roadmaps are in place between France and, say, India, for instance, then France will make sure that projects are funded, projects are supported, and really that the bilateral cooperation is strong. And then finally on science in diplomacy. So this is an interesting one. I think probably the French scientific culture is the most fragmented that arguably among other, let's say, leaders, scientific leaders. And what that means is that it's really hard for France to have a good consensual dialogue between scientists and decision makers. And that means it's difficult to use science to inform diplomacy, because there is such a disconnect between scientists themselves. It's really hard to have a unified scientific voice that can be heard by policymakers. It's already hard as it is to be heard by policymakers and understood by policymakers. So can you imagine if the scientific landscape is fragmented, which is the case in France? So yeah, but that said, France is very much using social sciences in its diplomacy, because most diplomats are trained in social sciences, they understand it, they know how to use it, so they very much rely on social sciences to make decisions, inform their strategies and policies. And an interesting objective of France is that they really very much want to strengthen their own research capacity. And to do that, they want to use science diplomacy and internationalize their research institutions. So I thought it was interesting to highlight. So that's what I wanted to say roughly about where France stands against our three components of science diplomacy. Quickly on the geographical priorities, obviously Europe, top priority for France. Obviously France really wants to be a key participant in the European project and making the EU a leader in scientific cooperation and scientific initiatives. France also obviously wants to learn and get inspired and cooperate with other big weights, let's put it like that, in science, so the US, Japan, the UK. And then, that's what I was mentioning earlier, France is interested to keep and maintain its ties with the Global South, and that includes, Francophone Africa, Southeast Asia. And I think one thing that is interesting here is that France really wants to move away from the narrative that it's bringing science to those countries, which was, a narrative that one could have from the past. And they really are intentional now to build a new narrative about working with excellence in the Global South, not bringing science as it could have been described before. So France has a huge amount of tools and actions to implement its science diplomacy. I won't get into details here. I've been given very strict time limits, so I won't be able to get into details. But I just wanted to highlight two of those tools. The first one is the extensive network of science and technology advisors that France has in place across the world. And I want to highlight this because it's really coming out as a strong differentiation point of the French strategy. Compared to its size and resources, France has really, really invested a lot of resources, both human and financial, to have that network in place. And so you have the numbers below. It's over 100 people full-time, like dedicated to science and technology abroad. So doing intelligence, so monitoring developments, but also promoting the French science. And then I just wanted to highlight an interesting other tool, which is the extensive network of research organizations that France has across the world. And I think this is also quite unique that France has that. It means it's quite difficult to coordinate, but it is a huge, huge, huge differentiation point for France, having all those research institutes doing their own cooperation and having their own representative offices in countries across the world. So some of the most famous ones are CNRS, INRA, INSERM, and they are doing their own partnerships directly in countries across the world and have their own research labs. So I just wanted to highlight those two, which for me are very, very unique to France. Okay, I think I'll finish there. So very quickly on strengths and weaknesses. I think already mentioned France is a very, very strong network, and that's unique compared to its size and resources. 3 comprehensive tools, very active participant and initiator of bilateral and multilateral engagements. And I think what's interesting is, and I had a lot of debates on this with some of my key informants, is that France already has a soft power, so you would think that it would help France to promote its science diplomacy. But actually, some of my informants thought it's actually the opposite. So France, because France has already such a strong soft power on things like lifestyle, culture, such a strong cultural brand, it's actually really difficult for science to shine through and to present France to have a clear branding for France as a science actor and a science powerhouse. So that was an interesting weakness, I thought. And then, obviously the flip side of having such an extensive diplomatic network is that it's really hard to coordinate it and bring coherence to it because it's very bottom-up and people coordinate and cooperate in all directions, and it's getting harder to put some structure. And then interesting weaknesses is the fact that France is so highly specialized in its scientific teachings and offers limited, obviously, English courses. And that means France is a bit less attractive to top talents, although it's one of its key objectives and key ambition. And then I'll finish by saying, obviously, the disconnect between scientists and diplomats I already mentioned is really making it hard for France to articulate a coherent science diplomacy that really brings everyone together coherently. I think I'll stay. I'll stop there because I think I'll be killed by my facilitator. Thank you so very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Olivia. We'll continue with the Grand European Ambition, and Maxime will give you a presentation on Belgium.
First of all, good morning to you all. Thanks for coming early in the morning, listening to our country reports. I'm going to present Belgium to you. As you know, quite a complicated country. So basically our report is made out of 4 different reports, the Belgian federal one and then the 3 Belgian regions, of course. As you know, Belgium always have a solution for everything, but we like to create a problem out of it. That's one of our national sports. And I would love to show you the slides, obviously. Excellent.
I'm very sorry for the technical glitch. I guess this is one of the greatest examples of having a solution and then creating a problem to solve it.
We still need to speed up our technical knowledge in Europe.
Yeah. Okay, meanwhile, while the technical issue is being solved, I just wanted to add a couple of words on the sequence of our presentations. As you saw, we have started grand and ambitious with France. Then the initial plan for us is to proceed with the other two European countries, so Belgium and then Hungary, and then proceed with our three country presentations from Asia. However, if that would be necessary, we'll introduce some minor changes in the initial planning of the outline of the presentations. Okay, so since we can't not to keep you waiting, perhaps, then we can address in a more interactive fashion the first question that guides our panel, and then proceed with the remaining country reports. Yeah, so I would like to start our small conversation with one question that is actually with two parts. I want to start by asking your opinion concerning the crucial driving force for the future Asia-Europe science and technology diplomacy. According to you, do you place high hopes on national or specific institutional strategies, so the institutional approach? Or do you believe that people with their capacities to foster amicable ties with their colleagues across Asia and Europe will fulfill in the future this indispensable role? And if I may, I would prefer to start with the elaborations from France and Japan.
So my name is Kana Asano, and I will introduce myself later, but and respond to the question. So as for the national and specific institutional strategy, so I believe we have, in Japan, we have already discussed a lot. So we have to move to the actionable. So we have to, we are moving to specific action to promote science diplomacy.
Yes, so on that, I think scientists will always collaborate organically, so it will always start bottom up. I think science will always be bottom up. It will always be the meeting of several minds working on a problem and coming together to find a solution. And I think that the role of individuals and the states or regional organizations in that context is that I think states and regions should support, first of all, and structure this bottom-up coordination. It will always be bottom-up, though, and it's essential, right, for good science and good cooperation. So, yeah, instilling more structure, incentive, support, and guidance towards a strategic direction, it comes hand in hand, essentially, is my answer on that.
Thank you so much. And with that great context, I hope we can proceed with our second attempt to continue with the European elaboration with a specific focus on Belgium.
Wow, it works. So, you already had the small introduction, so then I can introduce myself very shortly. I'm a civil servant at the Belgian Science Policy Office. I'm basically doing the auditing of different science programs, collaborations and also different processes that are linked into the Belgian federal science policies. Next to that, I'm also the coordinator on sci-tech diplomacy at the Brussels Diplomatic Academy, which is a postgraduate school of the Dutch-speaking University of Brussels. I'll start actually with the conclusion of my report, and that is the fact that the federal strategy on science and technology diplomacy is basically created because of the input of businesses and the private sector. So when I will be talking about strategies, I actually mean strategies that are initiated and that are being developed by mainly the private sector and then have been adopted by the public sector, by politics and by government. In general, Belgium is doing quite well on the innovation index, so we are at the higher side. We're basically the fourth or actually third best in Europe, and we also made a big improvement between 2014 and 2021. Very shortly, so as I said, this report is constructed out of 4 different strategies. You have the federal strategy and then the 3 different regions, the Flemish region, the Brussels region and the Walloon region. So Belgium has, of course, a diplomatic corps, which enhances this science and technology diplomacy, but also Flanders is the only region with a full force diplomatic corps. The other regions only have economic representatives which do a bit of the work for the businesses and representing them in the countries and helping them with their scientific needs. We start with the federal level, so the strategies are basically, because it's actually strategies, as I said, it's a lot of different private sector strategies, are coordinated by my own office, by BELSPO, the Belgian Science Policy Office. And this science and technology diplomacy is part of a broader idea of science and heritage strategy, because heritage, of course, is important for Belgium, not only for historical reasons, but also for touristic reasons. And then we try to mix this with science to come to a more broader spectrum of science diplomacy. We are actually waiting for the EU science diplomacy agenda that will be published, as I heard, in the beginning of next year. And out of that, the federal government will create its own full-fledged strategy, so basically unifying the different strategies that are now there on the basis of the EU agenda. On the federal level, we don't have any special science and technology counselors for the national embassies, but we work with special envoys. Mainly, these people are working in the private sector, have some expertise on certain topics, and then they are asked to solve specific issues in specific regions or countries. And we have very specific sci-tech collaboration programs with India, China, Vietnam, South Africa, and the Horn of Africa, the last one, of course, more for development cooperation. You see the Belgian diplomatic corps is very widespread. Since Belgium is also a monarchy, this also enhances a bit the fact that we can use our diplomacy, our scientific strength, due to the fact that we also have some royal trade missions, which also enhances this collaboration. On the Flemish level, we have a Flemish diplomatic corps, which has full power, so this is quite unique. It's only actually Canada and Belgium which has that. And Flanders also have their own investment and trade office with specific science and technology counselors based in 9 countries. It's the only region who has this. And next to that, also 70 offices specifically for commercial and economic counseling. As you see, these are the diplomatic representations, so mainly based in Europe, but also in New York and South Africa. And then quite a big network on the science and technology counselors for Flanders Investment and Trade. For the Walloon region, there they have AWEX, the Walloon Export and Foreign Investment Agency. They have no diplomatic corps, so they rely fully on their 93 commercial and economic counselors who do the whole work for all the businesses they represent, and no science and technology counselors. But as you see, they have a lot of offices also very well represented in Asia, so on that aspect they're doing pretty well. Always the case for European countries, we're very little represented in South America actually, so I think we can do a bit more on that. For the Brussels region, also Brussels have their own government, of course, and they have Hub Brussels, the Brussels Agency for Entrepreneurship. Also no diplomatic corps, but a very broad network of commercial and economic counselors, which are also quite widespread. Now we come to the prioritized fields of science and technology in Belgium. The epicenter of the tech industry is in the Flemish region. We have the big chemical companies around the port of Antwerp, like BASF. The pharmaceutical companies, many of them became well known during the COVID crisis. We have a big pharmaceutical industry. Biotech is also important. We have the Flemish Institute for Biotechnology, quite world renowned for that. And infrastructural, we have, for example, the Oosterweel link, which links the port of Antwerp with the port of Rotterdam and the hinterland behind it. This is for now the biggest infrastructural project in the whole of Europe. It's 6 billion euros only for the initial phase. So also for that, technology diplomacy is important. A bit less important, but important to mention still, is the environmental engineering with the blue cluster and blue hydrogen in the east part of Belgium towards the border of the Netherlands. And we also have some minor influence basically on social sciences with an important SMIT program, which is a program on media, science and innovation technology, which is basically an interdisciplinary study to link the more soft skills in society towards diplomacy and hard tech. And last but not least, IMEC, our world-renowned chip producer in Leuven. As I said, the industry defines the sci-tech diplomacy in Belgium. The impact of the industrial players is high. This also translates in the fact that the strategies in Belgium are basically made for economic development, are made on the demand of these industrial players. So they have quite some power. Argoria is the biggest one in Belgium, is the National Federation for Technology Companies, and they work with different business development clubs, mainly linking Europe with Asia, and that, for example, automotive with the electrification of the automotive industry, but also the other ones you can read are quite important. Next to that, we have the Flemish Network of Enterprises and the Belgian Network of Enterprises. As usual, everything is split in Belgium, so they all have a very big weight on the creation of the science and technology strategies. I will save you actually from this slide. This is the Belgian coordination mechanism. That said, Belgium does coordinate their science and technology diplomacy well, but I would say that it's only thanks to all the players that are there, not really because of the political level. On the political level, it's a bit difficult. They don't have a real overview of what is happening. They don't really have a long-term plan, so it's actually good that this Interministerial Commission on Science Policy is also incorporating all these institutes, all these organizations that really have a know-how how to create a real strategy and how to be ready for the future, because if it would depend on the politicians, I think we would be late for everything. 2 more slides on the future outlook. So for the federal government, as said, we have this synergy that's created between science and technology diplomacy and this cultural heritage diplomacy. Important, certainly for youth, is that we move from a STEM approach towards a STEAM approach, where science, technology, and engineering and mathematics is accompanied now by arts and by more these soft skills that are also really important now for well-being, but also that young people, that everyone can use their background, use their interest in enhancing and reinforcing the science and technology strategies. And as said, we will create a strategic guidance paper based on this EU diplomacy agenda that will be published next year. For the Flemish government, for now, no new strategies are established, because the creation of this Science and Technology Counseling Network was the last step in the current strategy. So now they need to mature a bit, they need to prepare themselves a bit for the new global outcome in the upcoming years. So they will try to mature for a few years. In Wallonia and Brussels, no new strategies. And for the EU, important to mention is that the European research area, better known as the European Knowledge Area, will integrate its force and its strategies with the European higher education area. So, of course, linking the academic institutions with government and making sure that all the inputs and the knowledge is put together will be a very important step for a more global approach, a more European approach on science and technology innovation. So that was it. Thank you very much. I hope it was a bit clear also with the Belgian structure. And I give the floor to my colleague.
Thank you so much, Maxime, for this nuanced presentation. We'll conclude the European presentations with Balint and a presentation on Hungary. Balint, you have our undivided attention.
Thank you very much. It's a really great honor as a Hungarian just to welcome you all here in this beautiful city of Budapest. And it's also a special honor just to see how many of you show interest in the opinion of early career researchers in this very important topic of science diplomacy. And one thing that we already learned today, that even in the age of cloud computing, we sometimes need hard disk just to resolve a few upcoming problems. But in my speech, I would like to deliver a few key messages about the Hungarian innovation ecosystem and how we actually take part in science diplomacy. Yeah, thank you so much. So my name is Balint Szabó, and actually I'm standing here as a future PhD candidate at the Corvinus University of Budapest. And together with my professor, Gábor Pörzse, we had the chance to make a short research, conclude a research in science, technology, and innovation diplomacy about Hungary. And today I would like to deliver 3 key messages about our action in science diplomacy, about its strategic priorities, the key stakeholders in the ecosystem, and I would like to mention a few policy tools and funding schemes which are important in this realm. First of all, I would like to call your attention to the strategic framework of Hungarian science, technology, and innovation ecosystem, and I would like to highlight these 2 documents. One is the Research, Development, and Innovation Strategy of Hungary, and the other one is just issued in the last year as the John von Neumann program. While the first one is a strategy, the other one is an action plan for Hungarian research, development, and innovation. And in these 2 documents, we can find due statements which actually can define and determine how we actually take part in science diplomacy. First of all, we need to take a measure how we work together with our colleagues in the European Union and in the European innovation ecosystem, and we have ambitious goals in this field, while we are also facilitating bilateral and multilateral collaboration with other strategically important countries, for example, from Asia. And the most important thing that these documents emphasize the role of science diplomacy, just to promote the Hungarian innovation on global scale and also foster knowledge exchange and joint projects with other stakeholders. So we can see that the objectives of science diplomacy of Hungary are embedded within a broader innovation framework and in different documents. I would like to also show, just for a short lens, that we have priorities and focus areas in this innovation ecosystem, which actually address global challenges like health, sustainability, and also highlight the importance of digital transformation and security in Europe nowadays. But to talk about a multi-stakeholder ecosystem in the Hungarian science, technology, and innovation ecosystem, as we know, the triple helix and quadruple helix model, collaboration, international collaboration stands on different actors, also from the economy, from the academia, and also from the state. So through this lens, we can see that there are a few initiatives in which we can take part, and there are also supporting organizations and networks of diplomats who actually foster innovation and research collaborations between member states and also with other countries from the world. And I think it's really important to mention among the stakeholders the Hungary Academy of Science, because you might know that, the World Science Forum held its first meeting in Budapest in 1999, and now we can welcome you here again. And I would like to highlight this because the smaller a country, the more active it must be diplomatically. So if we check the size of Hungary, its geographical stance, and also its economical production globally or within Europe, we see that we need to represent in international organizations, and we need to make our voice heard in the different platforms. For this, actually, we have various schemes in which we can work on. One is the bilateral partnerships, EU membership, and multilateral research, development, innovation, cooperations, and programs. From this, I would like to highlight one thing, that Hungary, even if it's a small country, has a really broad network of science and diplomacy attachés around the world, 8 in Europe and 4 in Asia, and others in the Northern America and Southern America. And at the end of my presentation, I would like to show you a few funding schemes, how we would like to interact with our peers and with our other institutions inside in Europe and outside with non-EU countries. And let me highlight a few new programs, just like the Ceremonial scholarships program. Actually, I had the chance last week just to take part in a national coordination meeting of higher education institutions representatives in Debrecen. And there was a speech which was really interesting, because one of the coordinators, international coordinators of the universities, told that without efficient mobility of researchers and faculty, we cannot talk about efficient and successful student mobility, which is really interesting in a sense that how we students and early career researchers really rely on the experience of our teachers, educators, and researchers. And I think these mobility programs have a really important message for us for international cooperation in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. And I would like to give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a great conclusion of the European part. We opened the Asian chapter with Thailand. Korchapan, may I kindly invite you to take the floor?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for attending our presentation here. And it's my honor to be here as a country informant of Thailand. Okay, may you show the slide, please? Okay. My name is Korchapan. Now I'm a policy officer of the Office of National Higher Education, Science. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'm a policy officer. I'm a policy analyst of the National Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation Policy Council in Thailand. And now I'm going to present the Thailand special strategies on science and technology diplomacy, which is our country's use two dual strategies based on what we expect from for the outcome. It's including science and technology diplomacy and innovation diplomacy. With this dual strategy, we can have the flexibility and adaptability for Thailand in terms of operate the traditional and public diplomacy. And at the same time, our objectives is to bridging between continents. For example, like Asia and Europe, Thailand have a long international relationship and strong relationship with Europe. We are connect in terms of science and technology and strengthens in the fields of ICT, green energy, environmental technologies with our European partners, and we excelling agriculture, aerospace, and other advanced manufacturing. Through this dual strategy, Thailand positions itself as regional and global partner in science and technology diplomacy. We actively engage in through the platforms such as ASEAN, Europe, and OECD, and beyond that, we adopt the collaborative and decentralized approach, which is furthers our partnerships across government, academia, private sectors that aligning with scientific endeavor with both regional and national interests. So our main objective is, first of all, it could be economic competitiveness to enhance Thailand's and our partner in global market by advancing innovation ecosystem. And also we trying to advance research and development by the capacity building through collaborative research and knowledge sharing initiative. Also promoting sustainability by addressing both regional and global challenges such as climate change, energy securities, and environmental protection. For partnership with Europe, we partnership with many countries, such as here on the slide, we show some strategic program with United Kingdom, Sweden, and Thai-Spanish collaborations. These initiatives focus on both fostering research cooperations and focusing more on clean energies and waste management. For actions and tools to implement science and technology diplomacy strategy, we are good at bilateral and multilateral partnerships. With Asia, we collaborate with China, STI program, and a lot more programs with Japan. And also with ASEAN, we have the ASEAN's, it's called ASEAN Pesti, which is focusing on talent mobilities and try to tackle challenge in our regional. And the other actions and tools such as public diplomacy, we are, for Thailand, we are relying so much on the public diplomacy by each of our scientific organization and agency have partnered themselves with the foreign organization with the same expertise. So for example, like the space explorations, we have our National Astronomical Agency who have partnership with many countries in Europe, such as Italy, and also in Asia, in astronomy and the space science to advancing global scientific knowledge. We also have an innovation-driven development assistance program, just like the program that provides scholarship for over 1,000 international participants a year, that promoting both sustainable development goals and regional goodwill. We have a good bilateral programs between, for example, like Thailand and Swedish partnership to fostering human capital development and sustainable practice. We are working hard to participate with the global platforms such as OECD, UNESCO, and also we have the notable programs, notable schemes is called PMUB Global Partnership Scheme, which we funding international projects in healthcare, green technology, and fostering cross-border talent mobilities between the young researcher and expertise. And for the science technology diplomacy personnel, we have only 3 attaché who deploys in Beijing office, Brussels, and Washington DC Science Embassy, which is these attachés playing a good role as in terms of like traditional diplomacy. And they engage with the research institution, negotiate bilateral agreements, and help support our public agencies in terms of like connect with, coordinate the joint projects with each program. And we also, we have, although we don't have like the specific science and diplomacy policies or strategies, we still operate by our public agencies, as I mentioned, and because we try to ensuring that Thailand's active participants an active participant in global scientific networks. Other than that, we have the comprehensive training programs that's led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Science and Technology Innovations Office, and other diplomatic academies in our countries to keep personal updates on the global trends, especially in the topic in emerging topic in science and technology. Okay. Now, for the future outlook, we try to be more focused on the strategic areas, such as very frontiers on the space and explorations, other emerging technologies such as synthetic biologies, which is we recently have the forums in Thailand in this month. And we also built we want to build the future's ready workforce, especially in terms of for help developing the next generations of scientists to address domestic and global challenges. And we, as far as I consult with our senior decision makers, we want to provide an initiative for more centralized science diplomacy units in Thailand, which is quite a good idea because we lack of this centralized body. I do believe that this centralized bodies gonna help to strengthen more diplomacies and focus more on science and technology. And we also we are thinking about establishing comprehensive science diplomacy data center, which is is gonna help inform decision making and strengthen Thailand institution responsiveness to the global advancements. And also for our other dual approach in innovation diplomacy, it's based on the neoliberal constitutionalism frameworks, but we are actively adopt this schemes, these strategies to help us fostering and connecting with SME startup between Thai startup and European startup for my report, I found some strength and weakness of Thailand. For the strength of Thailand, first of all, we have a strategic location that influence through ASEAN, BIMSTECs, and IMTGTs. It's a cross-border platforms between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. We have a decentralized diplomatic frameworks, which helps us more focus on the specialization, empowerment of our academics, governmental agencies, and private institutions to engage in international collaborations autonomy. Also, we focus on emerging technology, such as AI, robotics, green technologies, and biotechnologies. And we have a strong commitment in STEMs and human capital development. We have a strong policy alignment with global agendas and actively participates in international forums, as I mentioned. For the weakness, we may have limited long-term impact assessments, which is going to be quite useful if we have a sufficient mechanism to measure the sustain successful of STI initiative. And we still have the coordination gap that aligning between traditional diplomacies and public diplomacy dynamics. And we have a financial constraint, which is limited our budget allocation to scaling up STI diplomacy institutions and initiative. The other than that, we may have a quite underdeveloped domestic STI ecosystem, but now we actively drive it for, and we have some regional competitive challenges that to competing with the stronger STI players in Asia, such as Singapore and China. But actually, now we have a good collaborations and good relationship with them. We depend strongly on traditional sector, which is another weakness. For the opportunity for the improvement, we thinking about enhancing impact monitoring by developing robust frameworks for evaluating the long-term outcome of STI initiatives, and we need to strengthen our financial resources by attracting foreign direct investments in high-tech industries, such as semiconductor sector. We need to boost our coordination by fostering stronger linkages between diplomatic missions and domestic agency and private sector together. We gonna promote regional leadership and address some talented retentions in our countries and our partners by investing in the programs and incentives to retain and attract scientific talents. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your truly detailed presentation. We'll continue with Vietnam, and I invite the Chief to take the floor.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Chi. I'm currently the technology policy researcher at the Institute for Policy Study and Media Development in Vietnam. And as I'm going to represent Vietnam today, I'm going to start with a brief introduction of my country. So Vietnam is a Southeast Asian country and a member state of ASEAN. And similar to many other, Vietnam is deeply influenced by the shifting dynamic of geopolitics, both within the regions and also international context, especially with the effects of the rising China and US tensions within the Indo-Pacific regions. The fourth industrial revolution is also reshaping international politics, representing Vietnam with both new opportunities and challenges. For instance, the rise of automations also pose a threat to the Vietnam economic competitiveness because Vietnam economic competitiveness used to based on cheap labor, and advancement in AI, quantum computer, and blockchains are giving the rise to non-traditional security threats, which might reshape how states, including Vietnam, collaborate and respond to these evolving risks. Given this context, it is crucial for Vietnam to adopt a new proactive and strategic approach to both foreign policy and long-term development plan, with a focus on international collaborations to adapt to the new changing world. Vietnam development strategy, therefore, have a huge shift from basing on passive resources such as natural resources to a more sustainable and long-term development, leveraging the advantages of the new science and technologies to realize the development goal. With this objective in mind, Vietnam developed a new economic model for the current 10-year period from 2021 to 2030, where the very first perspective of this is to, I quote, to establish a rapid and sustainable development based on science, technology, innovations, and digital transformations. This perspective highlights multiple in very crucial documents, including the Socio-Economic Development Plan for 2021 to 2030 and the National Master Plan for the same period. This development orientations is currently shaping many various national strategies, including the dominant STI strategy by 2030 that I highlighted here, and other relevant strategies. When implementations reach down to different agencies at different levels, this is where the STI diplomacy get involved, even when Vietnam don't have a specific STI diplomacy strategy. More detail on Vietnam STI development. Vietnam currently adopts a business-centric approach to STI, which means that STI-focused business are placed at the center of the strategy, and other stakeholders, including government and university, are surrounding and supporting them. This approach reflects specifically in the area of STI diplomacy. In the short term, Vietnam focuses its direct investment in science, technology, and innovations toward the core industry that is essential for supporting business. It implies that of the three pillars, science, technologies, and innovations, the latter two are going to be receive more emphasis due to its practical and immediate applications. The rationale behind this approach is very straightforward. With the rapid pace of technological advancement and the limited resource of Vietnam, we cannot use our resource for every aspect of science, technologies, and innovations. And Vietnam needs to seize opportunity quickly in order to increase the national power and visibility in the new era. In terms of STI diplomacy, Vietnam prioritizes partnership with countries that have developed science and technology capacity, such as the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union. For example, in 2023, Vietnam and United States become the comprehensive strategic partner, and STI is placed at the center of this partnership. This could allow Vietnam to utilize the so-called lead mover advantages by learning STI experience from leading states and their success and failure case study. Also, Vietnam has very strong focused collaborations within ASEAN to assess, to adopt, and to develop technologies that address national and also regional pressing challenges, including climate change and the rise of sea level. The niche diplomacy of Vietnam and could be seen as other states in the regions, including Thailand, Philippines, and also previously Singapore. So how Vietnam implement its STI diplomacy at different levels. So just please ignore the very confusing math and a lot of narrow in this slide. The key takeaway of this is that in order to ensuring effective STI diplomacy, Vietnam implement a very complex cross-level and cross-ministry and cross-domain collaborations. These efforts taken up both vertically and horizontally, thus reflecting collaborations across domain-specific professional fields with the three ministries at the core is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Information and Communications. These efforts result in diplomacy at different levels, at the very traditional nation-state level with bilateral and multilateral diplomacy, to the very local level, the city-to-city diplomacy, including the Ho Chi Minh City and the San Francisco diplomacy. And it can be go deeper into collaboration between corporations among countries. For example, the leading technologies of company in Vietnam like FPT and Viettel have collaborated with NVIDIA for a better operations in STI. Next, on the similarity and differences among ASEAN member states. Similarities in STI diplomacy approach might be observed very clearly in ASEAN member states that the most important factors is the very focus and emphasis on the STI diplomacy. Most Asian member states have either have a standalone diplomacy in STI or they have embedded into different crucial national strategy. Enhancing economic competitiveness is also the most important objective of STI diplomacy sharing across ASEAN member states. Mechanisms and implementations in STI diplomacy might be different and diverse, but in terms of representative approach, all ASEAN member states deploy STI counselor in diplomatic missions to strengthen its collaborations with others in terms of STI advancement. Difference in STI diplomacy among ASEAN member states is absolutely diplomatic priorities and strategic focus. This is due to the intricate differences and diversity in economic, social, and cultural aspects among ASEAN member states, along with each nation's strengths and weaknesses. Intricate differences and priorities lead to diversity in strategic focus when it comes to STI diplomacy. Great power in STI of the regions. For example, Singapore focus on a more inclusive approach to STI with its strong R&D capacity, while the middle power like Vietnam and Thailand focus more in a niche diplomacy when it comes to STI by identifying key industry for applications-based investment to boost the national capacity before it's reinvest into the fundamental science technology. Coming to my last slide. Given the fast changings and the complexity nature of the global STI development, there are quite a lot of chances and opportunities for the young to get involved. But I just list here 3 of them based on my experience in Vietnam. The first one is become the powerful force for closing the knowledge gap, especially between the public and private sector. And this effort happened both domestically and internationally. The fact that the youth are young and could capture the nature of technology and science very quickly bring a lot valuable insight into the table, helping the policymaker in Vietnam to understand the complexity and intricate of STI and to reflect it into the upcoming policy and law. The unit also build global networking and drive innovations. By leading international partnership in STI, for example, currently in Vietnam, there's a lot of diplomatic efforts to have Vietnam to take advantage of the fourth industrial revolutions. One of the examples that I can provide here is the collaborations between my institute, the Institute for Policy Study and Media Development, with the United Nations development programs on assessing AI readiness in Vietnam based on different factors. For example, data maturity, infrastructure, skill, and regulatory landscape. The members get involved into the project quite young in their 20s, and they did a good job in providing Vietnamese government on international experience and lessons. Also with approach and to have effective AI adoptions within the public sector, especially when it comes to the AI adoptions within the Vietnamese public sector. So here's going to be the end of my slide. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much, Chi. And we will conclude the country presentations with Japan. Kana?
So good morning, everybody. So my name is Kana Asano from Japan. And first of all, it is my great pleasure to be here. And I appreciate ASEF team to make such a meaningful side event happen. So I have been working for a funding agency called JST and the Ministry of Science and Technology in Japan. And I have been dealing with science and technology diplomacy for a long time in various capacities, including as a funding program officer, chief staff for science advisor to foreign minister, and so on. And currently, I'm belonging to think tank division of JST and are in charge of research and analysis of science technology diplomacy, and also am a chief of staff of science and technology advisor to the Prime Minister of Japan. And today, I will talk on behalf of my colleague, Mr. Ryotaro Takano, who is country informant of this project of Japan. So let me start with the perspective of science in diplomacy in Japan. So after Great East earthquake and Fukushima nuclear power plant accident in Japan in 2011, the discussion to the needs of science advisor had started. So at that time, to tackle with such a serious situation, the science advisor in UK and US had played a major role with government decision making. So in Japan, we thought that we need such systems as well. So as a result of intensive discussion, foreign minister at the time appointed the first science and technology advisor to him in 2015. So the first advisor was Professor Kishi, a senior materials scientist, and he had actively promoted science diplomacy shown here, including science advice to the Minister of Foreign Affairs on the occasion of important diplomatic events such as G7, G20, and STI for SDGs in United Nations. And in 2020, the government of Japan decided again, and it appointed Dr. Hashimoto, who is also a materials scientist, as the first science and technology advisor to the Prime Minister. And consequently, Ministry of Science and Technology and Ministry of Economic Trade Industry appointed top science to the science advisors as well. So currently, Dr. Hashimoto, actually he's my boss, and coordinates and build network among science and technology advisors domestically and also internationally, which plays very important role from perspective of science technology diplomacy in Japan. So now let me move to the scientific action thing and diplomacy for science and science for diplomacy. So going back to around 2008, discussions to promote science and diplomacy has been started at the center of science and technology policy in Japan, so at the policy layer. So, and the funding program called SATREPS has been developed. So this is very epoch-making funding program, combined STI and ODA, which means STI division and diplomatic division, to utilize science to solve global challenges in developing countries. Let me emphasize that the total 183 projects with 57 countries are finished or ongoing. So, and since 2012, the science and technology diplomacy has been added to the 5-year STI core plan of the government of Japan. So since then, various types of international scientific collaboration are promoted. So I will introduce recent two examples here. One is called Aspire to promote talent mobility in the field of emerging technologies. And the other is Nexus, which is motivated by a diplomatic occasion, the 50 years anniversary and friendship, 50 years anniversary of friendship and cooperation between Japan and ASEAN. So the Nexus aims to strengthen Japan and ASEAN scientific cooperation. So now think about the future of science and diplomacy. So the global situation has been drastically changing in these few years. So a lot of discussion are undertaken all over the world, including World Science Forum this time. And I will introduce the result of the symposium we held in Tokyo last March, inviting representatives from US, EU, and Thailand here. And we acknowledge that science is not only a soft power for diplomacy, but also could be a hard power under current geopolitical situation. And actionable science and technology diplomacy is required. So now, research security is one of the common issues related to the science diplomacy. The current discussions are shown here, but I would like to emphasize that research security is never about restricting the freedom or openness of science, but today, it is very essential to promote international scientific collaboration, including action of science diplomacy. So while the research security rules are established by each country and differ from countries, so the related actions should be harmonized with international cooperation. So I believe this could be one of the important roles of science diplomacy from now on. So under such circumstances, the government of Japan has started the discussion on next SDI basic plan, including science and technology diplomacy. So that will focus on expanding strategic collaboration with Indo-Pacific area, including ASEAN country and also Global South country in Africa. And also we are discussing how to deal with research security and integrity for global collaboration. So recently, new Prime Minister, Mr. Ishiba, emphasized the importance of science and technology diplomacy as well. So as a brief summary, I analyzed the strengths and weakness of Japan here. So as I mentioned, we have long history since 2008, and we have various implementation mechanisms, including funding programs. On the other hand, we need more talented human resources and more evidence-based approaches. So our coordination mechanism is unique, as I have introduced at the beginning, and we have found started science and advisory network, but it is still updating. And I learned situation in Asian country from this project and found that Korea, China, Philippines, Vietnam have advisory systems, and India and Malaysia have science advisor to the government. But I cannot find there any Asian country who has science advisor to the foreign minister. So this is a uniqueness of Japan, I believe. So last but not least, let me briefly touch with young and future leaders, so promoting future leaders. So for us and for them, so promoting international cooperation, interdisciplinary cooperation and developing diverse careers are so essential. So I will introduce the categories of human resource described by ISC, International Science Council here. So they describe three categories: so knowledge generators, knowledge synthesizer, and knowledge brokers. So I believe the knowledge synthesizer and knowledge brokers are getting more and more important, and which we are aiming to be. And to lead the future science and diplomacy. So thank you for your kind attention.
Kana, thank you so much for such an outstandingly comprehensive concluding presentation. I would like to give the opportunity also to our audience to present any questions. If you would have a specific question to a specific country informant, please inform about your specific choice as well. Yes.
Good morning. I am Pierre Bruno Ruffini. I'm presently the co-chair of the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance. First of all, I would like to congratulate you. This is an amazing amount of work that you are doing, gathering so much information about so many countries, and so I'm really impatient to learn more and to learn your report. Then I have two questions. The first, will you cover China? Will it be one of the countries of your list of countries? And my second question is about capacity building and more specifically about the training with two aspects. Did you get information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that you could meet or talk with about the way they raise awareness about science and technology issues among career diplomats? And second, did you get information about the way they teach, they train, more specifically, science diplomats, science attaché, for instance? Any action on that question of training? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if I may jump in quickly, because today I am a moderator, but for this specific initiative, I am also a country informant for Latvia and Norway. So we have, in a sense, a bit of an overrepresentation of Europe here. A quick answer to your first question. Yes, indeed, we had a China report. Well, since today we don't have the exact country informant here, I will not go into great detail because of that individual contribution, but I'm sure that there will be some very interesting components in the forthcoming report from all of the countries, including from China. So I hope that you will treat this panel as a springboard and I hope that it has generated more interest into the forthcoming report and all the details that it will contain. And for the second question, I would also like to take the opportunity and quickly respond that from the country reports that were prepared, we have already a comprehensive understanding that indeed, on the national level, a lot of countries are investing a lot of efforts and in multiple ways, multilaterally and domestically, to build the capacity in specific niche areas of science and technology diplomacy. Because as you could hear today, we are covering a very vast range of topics. And so the approaches are not perfectly unified, but here again, I would like to say that this initiative has only started. Yeah? So the report is the first step towards more activities and more also training engagement. And now I would like to give the floor to my fellow country informants as well to give certain insights from their respective perspectives.
So in Japan, for the human talent development in Ministerial Foreign Affairs, actually the science advisor to the foreign minister is taking a very important role. So he held scientific seminar to diplomat also. And recently, we started new approach that we send scientists to their foreign embassies to how can I say, to work at scientists to make their environment that scientists and diplomats are working together. So this is an example of Japan.
And just a quick word to build up on this, I wanted also mention that I am a former trainee of the Asia-Europe Foundation facilitated diplomatic training course. And I was very excited about this experience and the general technical know-how that we had the experience to immerse in. However, there is room to also develop niche specializations. And I guess our presentations have shown that there is a vast opportunity to expand and build upon the existing successes and build more niche training opportunities for future aspiring professionals. Would there be any other questions, please?
Hi everyone, my name is Tiberius Ignat from SKS Knowledge Services in Munich, Germany. And thank you for the presentations. I'm very interested in the intersection between research security and science diplomacy, as our colleague mentioned in Japan is happening. So I'm following the hockey stick of, because it's a kind of a hockey stick of policies regarding research securities after 2022. Of course, we had some that are before, like in Japan in 2021, where is looking to internationalization of science, the openness of science as a, not a danger, but something, an area that is warning signals to us. But then we have in USA, in 2022, the NSPP 33, which is about enhancing research security. Europe, 2024, we just released it. The only country that I noticed with an executive plan to implement these policies. It's nice to have policies, it's a nice tableau, but they are policies, nothing more. So it's good to have implementation schemes. And I've been only able to identify in United States with the Biden memorandum, White House memorandum for implementation of these policies, with a training manual, with a training course made available, with requirements, with everything. So the question is here, how do you see your countries, or anyone in the room, of implementing these policies? Otherwise, they are nice to admire, to contemplate, but we need to execute. And it's not about going against open access, it's about looking to science diplomacy and research security as complementary to the advantages that open science is bringing.
Thank you so much. Would any of the country informants like to respond and give some initial remarks? Then I guess I can also jump in on this question and confirm that indeed research security is a matter of considerable reflection on how to move forward. I detected this interest and this as a priority when I was preparing my country a report for Norway. So on certain country-specific contexts, this is a topic. However, it is not perhaps only a national consideration. There I can go back to Europe-wide considerations that are discussed among EU member states, where specific also stances have been agreed in official statements and documentation that research security will be a point of administrative consideration as well. So not just discussing in venues like these the conceptual implications of such a matter, but also moving on with a more hands-on approach in specific practical steps.
So in Japan, we have already, at the policy level, we have already a policy for research integrity thing. So now we are discussing, how to update and how to fit the changing situation at the moment. And as I mentioned in my presentation, now we are discussing the new STI policy, core policy, starting from 2026. And our discussions are so intensive to how to deal with, how to include research security in our STI policies. So, and also I would like to emphasize again that research security is not for restrict the global collaboration, but for promote global collaboration. You know that most of science should be open, could be open, but only very limited areas we have to close. So what we have to do is detect the areas which should be closed, and other wide range of science should be open and promote open science. So this is the concept of research security and open science. A kind of my personal view, but a kind of, now we are discussing in Japan.
Thank you so much. Would there be any other questions from the audience? It doesn't seem, oh, great, yes.
Sorry, to the very small question. Who is the author of this presentation on the wall there?
Well, yes, it's indeed a very inspiring drawing. We've had the pleasure of witnessing such drawings for several days in a row.
If you let me. Yeah, we welcome the offer there. Actually, Dorottya Budavári Nagy. She's a Hungarian talented artist who actually took part not just in this event, but also in another session in the afternoon. And she's a visual facilitator on the spot, and she creates these really nice visuals, not just for the World Science Forum in science diplomacy topics, but also a few accompanying events that happened later this week, or happened earlier this week.
Thank you so much. Would there be any other questions? Okay. Yes. My apologies. Please take the mic, otherwise it won't be audible.
I don't have a question. It's just an invitation for a side event in World Science Forum, which is tomorrow, and it's on research security. It's part of, it's called Focus on Open Science. It's a side event in World Science Forum tomorrow in the Academy House. So if anyone is interested in research security, could join there.
Thank you so much. And this is also a good opportunity to inform that individual country informants have also shown some of their first findings on other occasions. So we always enjoy having discussions together within the check-in session format and here in person. However, yes, exchanges among different initiatives about topics of mutual interest are of enduring importance. Thank you. Okay, then I will conclude perhaps asking you one more question. Is there any specific takeaway or a specific inspiring idea that you have come across over these past 4 months and you would like to share about this initiative? Perhaps a wish how it should be advanced in the future? Because this has been a truly participative initiative. We have contributed a lot of research, and so it's an opportunity to say the concluding remarks.
Well, for Belgium, I think with the current situation, the current global situation, for example, the ongoing war in Ukraine, I think if we really want, we can be fast in implementing some policies. We saw it with COVID. When there is a pressing need, we can make a political agreement and work towards a strategy. Now that we need urgent scientific and technological diplomacy, we can also do it. I think it's a positive note.
Thank you so much. And with that, I conclude the session. Thank you so much for your attention and patience.
So you control the slides.
And then forward.
Yeah, there it is.
And back. And a laser. Works.
Point.
Yeah. Is that all right?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us in this side event of the World Science Forum, focusing on the use of the hazard information profile to help standardizing hazard information for policymakers. This is focusing on one project that is currently conducted by the International Science Council and the UN Agency for Disaster Risk Reduction on the review of the hazard information profile. I would like first to introduce the members of our panels. We have first Professor Virginia Murray, who is the chair of the steering group in charge of the review of the hazard information profile. She works currently for the UK Health Security Agency, but she's also a fellow of the International Science Council. She has worked for several years for the Integrated Research on Disaster Risk and has a lot of experience on doing this type of work. And she was the chair of the original group to already provide the hazard information profile and classification. Next, we have Professor Teresa Oliveira from the International Statistics Institute, where she chairs the Committee on Risk Assessment. And she also is a professor at the Open University of Lisbon in mathematics and statistics. Next, we have Professor Urbano Paleo, who is a representative from the European Science and Technology Advisory Group to the UN Agency for Disaster Risk Reduction, and is also a professor of human geography at the University of Extremadura. And myself, I'm Hélène Jacodecombe. I am working at the International Science Council, where I'm the project manager for the review of the hazard information profile. And before that, I was teaching climate change adaptation and disaster risk management in the University of the South Pacific in Fiji. We will have in our presentation a video from another of our members, which is Dr. Carolina Velasquez, who works for the Florida State University and who will show you an example of how the hazard information profile can be used in the local institution and local governments. I would like to give the floor to Professor Murray for the introduction on what are the HIPs and how they were developed originally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helene. It's a delight to be at the World Science Forum again. I have been to many of them, and it's a great pleasure to work with so many scientists and to bring the scientific networks together. So this funny word called HIPs. Well, it's not actually the hip that you have on you. This stands for the Hazard Information Profile. And I just wanted to share with you, at Helene's suggestion, how they were developed and why they exist. So, can I just move the slide? Please. Oh, sorry, it doesn't, not thinking down below. Okay, right, let me go from there. When we were reviewing how the Sendai Framework Monitor was working, it became apparent that there were problems with how countries and UN member states understood what the all hazards approach was. And in 2018, we discussed this, and in 2019, I was asked to chair a working group, on how we could understand hazard definition and classification and how we might interpret this for hazard information profiles. These both were published, one in July 2020 in the middle of COVID, and the other in October 2021 when we were still looking at COVID. So at a time when everybody was very much involved with a really pandemic of international concern. So the Sendai Framework has been the reason why we've been doing this. The Sendai Framework talks from 2015 to 2030, and it looks very much at the all-hazard approach to reduce mortality, affected people, economic loss, and damage to critical infrastructure and disruption of basic services. But it also calls for, in the global targets and indicators, the need to increase a country's national and local disaster risk reduction strategies, to build international cooperation to all countries, but particularly to lower and middle income countries, and increase the availability and access to multi-hazard early warning systems and disaster risk information and assessments for all people of the world, which you will see come up later. Now, of course, the 4 priorities for action under the Sendai Framework are understanding disaster risk, which is very heavily based in the science domain, strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk, which of course calls for a lot of science engagement with UN member states, investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience, and finally, talking much more about enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response and recovery, including Build Back Better for rehabilitation and reconstruction. And all of these really rely on the fact that we need to understand what the Sendai Framework calls for in an all-hazards approach. It calls for strengthening technical capacity and scientific capacity to capitalize on and consolidate existing knowledge and to develop and apply methodologies and models. Why? Because we need to assess disaster risks, vulnerabilities, and exposure to all hazards. And this was a really important call that we needed to understand. The hazard information profiles were really developed to address this need with scientists from all over the world, and I'll show you where they've come from, to look at the existing list of hazards and check on the hazard needs of the users. How do we share this with the users? And this session today will focus particularly on users. And the effort was supported by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and the International Science Council, bringing together approximately 800 global experts, so incredible development. We had a very clear process of how we would do this. We looked at the UN General Assembly agreed definition, which came from paragraph 50 of the Sendai Framework, of how we would define hazards. And that definition of how we would define hazards was clear, but difficult to interpret, and we fully recognize that. So we knew we had to improve that. And in order to pull this together, as Urbano will remember, we pulled together every single scientific hazard glossary, I'm ashamed to say only in English, but there were a lot of them. We pulled together IRDR and its peril classification. We looked at every UN glossary we could access as well. And we looked at the Sendai Framework Monitor Hazard List and then did surveys of scientists who were particularly involved in hazards, but also consultations with many experts in the scientific and other communities to understand it. We agreed the inclusion criteria that the hazard has the potential to impact on a community, there are proactive and reactive measures are available, and that the hazard has measurable spatial and temporal components. This applies to most of the hazards, but not all of them. But we ended up with 302 hazards. So let me just show you how we did this. So we brought together our incredible family of the United Nations Office of Disaster Risk Reduction UN agencies, of the World Meteorological Organization, the World Health Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. In fact, there were about 40 different intergovernmental agencies and organizations linked to the United Nations who were involved in this work. And this incredible network of scientists through the International Science Council, who was so important to us to try and understand how we could bring this data together, including the Global Earthquake Monitor, the GEO team, but also the Committee on Data, where we're looking at how we can use this information, but of course the Integrated Research on Disaster Risk team, which I hope that Sani will be here later today to talk to us about some of that work. But we knew we couldn't do it without the industrial science partners. So we went to the Insurance Development Forum, who are providing a reinsurance network. But to me, as somebody who's responded to so many disasters, we also looked to the International Federation of the Red Cross, Red Crescent, to bring in the community aspect of this work. Of these 302 hazards, it was very clear that we would have hydrometeorological hazards, which of course have been so enormous recently in our world from the extreme heat and the call for action from the UN Secretary General that came out in July, but also the terrible flooding events that have even happened at Urbano, very sadly, in Spain recently. And we send you thoughts to Spain as real concern. But we were allowed to include extraterrestrial hazards, and we'll show you some of those, and we'll also included a lot of the geological hazards, some of the more conventional hazards that people talked about. But we've included environmental hazards that we think are particularly important, and the chemical hazards that matter so much to so many. And we were allowed to include the biological hazards. And that was a very interesting debates that we had there. Then we have the technological hazards that include radiation, transport, waste, cybersecurity, and a whole range of other things that seem to fit in there, like dam failures and bridge failures. But equally, for completeness, although not part of the Sendai framework, we were allowed to include the societal hazards. So let me just show you some of these hazards. This is one that looks at coastal flooding. You'll see that we have the highest level of a definition we can find, and that's in the UN, which is the World Meteorological definition. We've got the UV radiation. This actually comes from the government of Canada, this definition, but obviously the World Health Organization is much involved there. The earthquake information, this comes from the United States Geological Survey. There's no UN agency that particularly looks after geological hazards, so we've had to seek a much wider engagement. Air pollution, this time it comes from a source that we found very important, which is a point source, although there's a lot of ambient air pollution that is dealt with by WHO and household air pollution. Microplastics have become increasingly important, and this comes from the United Nations Environment Programme and NOAA, who have been very helpful from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration to pull this definition together. There's a lot of work going on at the moment for a microplastics treaty, which I hope will come through. Now, obviously, COVID was at this time, and this is the COVID draft hazard information profile. What we do know is that it's not a complete one, because this was prepared really before we knew a lot of the evidence about COVID, so it's got a very long definition, links to the World Health Organization, but also we probably need to think about how we can improve it for this update we're looking at. Dam failure comes from the definition of the International Commission on Large Dams, a really important one if we just think about the terrible dam failure that occurred in North Africa last year, where a lot of people lost their lives. And finally, we just thought we'd add explosive remnants of war. This comes from the United Nations, their network, this definition. So you can see the range of these different types of hazards, and their definitions are really important and how we found the information. But to explain more about how they work, this is the riverine fluvial flood hazard information profile. The aim was to keep them as short as reasonably possible, preferably no more than 2 pages, all with open source referencing wherever we could, linking to a UN organization or other agency that might be able to help us to coordinate and update the definitions, but to include things like annotations, additional scientific information, things like metrics where we knew it, key relevant conventions, and examples of drivers, outcomes, and risk assessment. What we knew at the end of our piece of work that was published in 2021 was that we had to use this hazard list to actively engage policymakers and scientists in evidence-based national risk assessment processes, disaster risk reduction, risk-informed sustainable development, and other actions aimed at managing risks and emergencies and disasters. But we also were called very much to address cascading and complex hazards and risks, and I'm really grateful to my good colleague Abano for being here to talk further about this, because his help has been absolutely critical in our learning. Why does the hazard information definitions matter? Well, we were very honoured when the UNDRR said that this list of hazard definitions and classification and the hazard information profile support the Sendai Framework, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change by providing a common set of hazard definitions for monitoring and reviewing implementation. And this is particularly why we're so pleased that Teresa is here to help us to really understand how we work to build this evidence. They are now all online. I'm really pleased to say that they're available to all, and it's very clear that we try and provide a common set of hazard definitions to governments and stakeholders to inform their strategies and action on risk reduction and management. When we came to the midterm review of the Sendai Framework, we were really honoured and delighted to be told that the work we had been doing had been groundbreaking. And that was a real privilege, and it was seen to be really useful. So I'm really grateful to this. So I'm going to hand over to Helene, who will tell you about our current review process. Helene, to you.
Thank you very much, Virginia. So we had already a very good document that was produced in 2020 and 2021. But we all know that we are in an area where the information changes very rapidly, when new information comes every day based on our experience and on our research. So, as mentioned before, there was a recommendation that the hazard information profile were to be reviewed and updated regularly. So we are now entering the first review cycle for them. So we made a user survey that we will give a bit more details later on, but the feedback on the survey was that the document was a very good one. So because of that, we decided to go to a light touch review. We will not reinvent the wheel, we will not start from scratch. We'll just add new information when it's necessary. We will keep the format as it is, roughly. So we will add new scientific information wherever it is relevant. We will do some light changes in the terminology. We use outcomes at the moment, but we get some feedback that it's not really clear. People use impact, so we use impacts instead. And we are also told that there are very good documents for independent hazards, but in the real life, hazards do not occur separately. They occur generally together. So we need to provide more information on the multi-hazard context. We also want to update the references, because we want the references to be as often as possible open source, so people can really go there without having to go through different hurdles. And we also want them to be both scientifically robust, but also accessible for the users that are non-specialists. And we also want to kind of constrain some of our scientific colleagues who want to put all the references they have. And so we have a very long list of references. So we want to really shorten that list to 10 to 20, so we really have the key ones. So all the sections will be reviewed and revised if needed. There is a specific aspect to this light touch review for the chemical and the biological heaps, is to make them as much as possible future-proof. So what we mean by that is that we have a list of chemical hazards that are based on chemical agents, chemical molecules. But we also know that we have new chemical molecules that are produced and put on the market every day or every week. We cannot have one hazard information profile for each of those products. It is not possible, and it is not manageable. So what the special team for the chemical heaps has done is that they tried to make some new type of heaps, what we call the chapeau heaps, that are not for individual molecules, but are for a class of molecules that have the same characteristics and create the same type of hazard. So, for example, we will have now a new heap that will be on asphyxiant gases. And in that, you will have the information that are common to all those gases and some examples. And you will have some specific heaps as example as well. They will do the same for the biological heaps, because we cannot put all diseases and all viruses and bacteria out there. So we also have this class, these chapeau heaps, that are a new part of this light touch review. To conduct that process, we need to rely on a very strong and robust scientific expertise. So we have a steering group that is tasked to lead the process. This steering group includes members from UN agencies, from academia, from the NGOs, from international organizations, from the private sector, to try to have a broad view and a broad approach on these issues. But this steering group cannot do the work on their own. So they are supported by 8 technical teams, one for each type of hazard, that are also including experts that comes from different range. You have, for example, for the geological hazard, you have experts in volcanoes, you have experts in earthquakes, you have experts on landslides. We try to make sure that those groups are as diverse as possible, with a broad geographic distribution of their members, also, if possible, the gender balance. And where we're talking about experts in academia, we also try to have experts that are at different stages of their career. So we really have as diverse a group as possible to give a broad view of that. We will have, but that will be developed by Teresa, we also see those hazard information profile at the interface between the science and the users and the policymakers. So to support the steering group to make sure that these hazard information profiles are accessible and useful for a broad range of users, we also established a user group that provides feedback on the usability and the accessibility and the relevance of those heaps for different groups of users. But Teresa will discuss more about that. We have, on top of these technical teams, we have one specific group that focuses on the multi-hazard context. Urbano will talk to us about that a bit later. we also have a specific group that is working on machine actionability of the HIPs. We all know that artificial intelligence and machines are now more and more used to access, analyze, and use a broad range of information that are available on different systems and formats, something that cannot be done by human workforce alone. So it is very important that this new version of the hazard information profiles can also be produced not only in a format that is accessible and useful and agreeable for human, but also useful for machines. So we have a specific group that is dedicated for that, so that we hope to have in the near future the HIPs that will be available in a written format that you can see here, or in the PDF format. We have the online version that Virginia mentioned earlier, but we will also have a specific coded version that will be used for machines. We hope especially for database management and data analysis. We will launch the revised version of this hazard information profile at the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in early June next year in Geneva, from the 2nd to the 6th of June. That will be a special event for that, and also more information of it. So we hope to see you at this event as well. So you saw earlier the format of the HIPs. The revised format of the HIP is slightly different, but not that much. So we still have the primary definition, that is a key area. In the annotation, we have the synonyms. That is very, very important, because we do not all use the same terms for the same hazards. One very well-known example is tropical cyclone, that is called tropical cyclones in one part of the world, hurricanes in another part of the world, and typhoons in the third part of the world. So we need to have the HIPs that acknowledge that and include as many local names as possible so that people recognize what this hazard is. We have an additional scientific description that gives you a bit more details on what this hazard is about. Metrics and numerical limits are also very important, especially when it comes to database, risk analysis, and statistics. Key relevant UN convention and multilateral treaties. It sounds a bit administrative, but it's in fact very useful for the users, because they realize what kind of agreement their countries sign on and what they should report to, for example. We also want to have an example of drivers, impacts, and risk management. That includes a section on the multi-hazard context, and when relevant, it includes a section on monitoring and early warning. We know that not all hazards have an early warning system, but most of them, if not all of them, has a monitoring system in place, and that's a very important information as well. Because we are scientists, we have a section on references, so that the people who want more information can find a reference to that. And what is important is also the coordinating agency of organization at the global level, because it can be also important for the countries when they develop their plans for disaster risk reduction to be able to liaise with this organization to make sure that they align with the global and the local aspect. So this is how the process is taking place. We have, I would say, already hundreds of experts currently working on the revision of the HIPs, and we hope to have much more coming on for the review of the updated HIPs. I would like now to give the floor to Urbano, who will give you more details on the multi-hazard and the early warning context. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. It's interesting how there is a definition of hazard, but this definition also includes the multi-hazard dimension. And it's not just the Sendai framework as an agreement, but also the definitions made by UNDRR, which says that hazardous events may occur simultaneously, cascadingly, or cumulatively over time. So this leads us to when examining hazards, we have to take into account the potential interrelated effects between these hazards. The issue here is how can be this operational, because as Hélène said, this is science, but science for policy making. And this has to be understood by different audiences, not just experts or policymakers, but also those who are not experts in disaster risk, who collect data or use the data. So how can we interpret multi-hazard? Because this is seen from different points of view. Multi-hazard is understood as more than one independent hazards. It is also understood as overlapping hazards, and it is also understood as hazard interactions with dependencies between them. So if we use an example of this, we are exploring in this review how to represent this multi-hazard dimension of hazard events. And the example of tsunamis is very illustrative because there are two main triggers of tsunamis, which are geological in the case of volcanic hazards and earthquakes. But also we have to take into account that tsunamis also are the cause of other hazards that also trigger other hazards. One example could be the Hungatunga 2022 subsurface volcanic eruption, which caused a tsunami. And this tsunami caused far away from the source of the volcanic eruption, like Peru, an oil spill. So here we have three connected hazards that are linked to the same hazard event. So how can we represent this? How can we collect data about this event? What is part of the event and what is not? Those are the questions that have to be resolved. And also there are feedback loops. One example could be the 1999 Kocaeli earthquake in the Gulf of Izmit in Turkey, where the earthquake caused an oil spill and also a spill of other substances in two different industries, but also the earthquake caused a break in the supply of energy and the supply of water, and this impeded the extinguishing the fire or acting the pumps to extract the products that were released. So how can we represent this? The debate is about representing it narratively or visually. Visually is very illustrative for anyone who is not an expert, because it can the different relationships can be identified easily and visually, and also can be registered as the different hazards can be registered in the same event. Also, the hazard events have, and their interactions have, spatial and temporal dimensions. And this causes issues relating to hazard management. Because if we look at one example, which is the Tohoku earthquake in 2011, the nuclear accident, the tsunami, and the earthquake presented different challenges for the management at the local scale, but also at the national Japan government. So, because the areas that were affected by the different hazards were the same in some cases, but others were not. And some events also impeded managing, like the nuclear accident impeded to properly manage other hazards like the earthquake or the tsunami in coastal areas. So by including the different relationships between and connections between hazards, the HIPs are moving towards a kind of ontology where not only the hazards themselves are described and explained, but also the relationships in hazard events are also reflected in the HIPs. The inclusion of the second subsection in the description of the HIPs, which is monitoring and early warning, also has some challenges relating to not becoming a manual for emergency preparedness or early action, but to reflect how the hazards can be described in this situation and used in this situation. This is very much connected to an initiative by UN, which is the Early Warnings for All, that draws from two other initiatives in two UN organizations. In the case of the World Meteorological Organization, the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems, and in the case of the World Health Organization, the concept of Early Warning Alert and Response System. So this initiative relates very much to the former subsection through the concept of multi-hazard early warning systems. Because different systems need to be communicated in order to be effective, the synergies are promoted between the different components, and this requires hazard monitoring and forecasting. Early Warnings for All initiative also seeks to reduce social inequity. This inequity not only takes place in terms of exposure to hazards, but also in response. And this includes vulnerable populations like persons with disabilities. And Virginia mentioned earlier the case of Spain recently, and we have seen there that among the more than 200 victims in the disaster, almost half of them were elderly, people who couldn't move, who couldn't escape and go to a safe place. So this is not just an issue for developing countries, but also for developed countries. And here is an example of how this monitoring and early warning systems can be reflected in the review by considering different key components, which are who is the owner of the information about the hazards and their interactions, who is the actor or agency who is in charge of monitoring and observing the hazard, and also what's the lead time for the people to escape from a certain hazard activation or warning activation. It's critical to identify these issues, and we are discussing if other issues should be included, and here the user group is critical because they can identify as users what kind of information in the HIPs should be included, and the discussion is ongoing on this issue. This early warning and early action initiative by WMO is based on 4 pillars, and these pillars are disaster risk knowledge, detection, observation, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting, warning, dissemination, and communication, and in the 4th place, preparedness and response capabilities. The most related pillars with the HEEPs, with the review of the HEEPs, are in particular disaster risk knowledge and monitoring or observation and forecasting. But another issue that has to be taken into consideration is that there is a flow of information between the different pillars, the different components of the initiative, and one critical component that is to be also referred to later on are protocols, are standards, and somehow the common alerting protocol is a kind of standard that is being used that includes hazard information, and this is a critical component for the communication between these four components. The HEEPs are establishing not just a common language about hazards, but also a common language about multi-hazard interactions, and also early warning and monitoring. And this common language facilitates the dialogue between the different social actors, policymakers, scientists, practitioners, and in the international arena with different international agreements, but also at the national, regional, and local scales by facilitating this communication between the different management components. So the HEEPs are establishing a sound basis, scientific basis, as a result of the broad consultation process, and this secures continuity and not causes disruption, as Hélène said, when identifying that the review is a light review. But it is interesting how, in the end, we are moving towards an authoritative definition of hazards and authoritative language that helps to communicate better between all different actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Urbano. Before we move forward to the involvement of users and to some examples of the use of the HEEPs, I would like to give you the opportunity to ask questions if you have on the process, on how it works, and on the different hazards that we have. The floor is yours. No questions so far. We have been extremely clear, obviously. Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to give the floor to Teresa, who will tell you more about the involvement of users in this process. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to deeply thank to Professor Virginia Murray and Hélène for the kind invitation to be here today, presenting and talking about statistics involved with HEEPs. So it is a huge pleasure to talk on the role of statistics and risk analysis on the HEEPs. And as all of you are aware of, statistics is needed in almost all the areas in order to achieve knowledge and extract useful information from data. But data quality is crucial to reach faithful and sustainable conclusions. So the HEEPs are very, very important on this aspect because they conduct us to the main aspects of research, identifying the HEEPs and helping on clusters identification and multi-hazard aspects for modeling and inference ideas and aspects. So the new millennium, as you know, and as we all have been attending, brought us a huge amount of new hazards and aspects that were not a reality previously. So this group team identified already 103 hazards but many will come in the near future, I think, taking into account the new challenges of artificial intelligence, security, confidentiality, and ethic aspects, among others. So, moreover, we will all now attend to a huge change on the way of computing, namely by using the quantum computers and quantum computation that will bring us a lot of new challenges, and we must be aware of that while working with HIPS development. So as now, as a preliminary work, we are presenting a user survey that was conducted in January, February this year, and 95 people answered from 62 countries. So we have, let's say, a very small sample, but already with important answers to our questionnaire. So about this, we took into account disaster risk reduction planning, disaster response planning, disaster risks monitoring, research, training, education, and others. And we can see that people are most aware of disaster response planning, and there is a special concern on training and education challenges. So we intend to go further and to replicate this experience in the next few months to obtain new results and to see how science is advancing in this part. So a few quotes, it's encyclopedic. The key thing is that the profiles are succinct and sufficiently annotated. So they are good, however, they are uneven standard across 302 hazards. So clear definitions, and also I appreciate that alternative definitions are also listened. So we will provide basic information for no experts and a good resource to be shared all over the world and to start for new achievements. So on a global level, the ability to standardize core ideas, definitions, formats, aids in the ability to streamline a coordinated plan for the country level. So now we are very concerned also and betting on the cyber hazards, but still we have misinformation or disinformation about it. So HIPs are valuable resources that contribute to effective DRR. So the profiles offer detailed insights into various hazards, aiding risk assessment, preparedness planning, and resource allocation. By enhancing community awareness, supporting policy formulation, and serve as crucial tools for informed decision-making. They play a vital role in my work as statistician and engaging communities, guiding policy makers and assisting emergency responders during disaster events, which unfortunately have been happening all over the world with more frequency lately. So additionally, hazard information profiles contribute to monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of risk reduction measures, fostering a proactive and resilient approach to managing the impacts of natural hazards at local, national, and international levels. Quote from a respond based in a National Disaster Management Office in the Pacific. So our user group also defined the HIPs that are at the interface between science and policy. As such, it is essential to get feedback from a user's perspective. A user group is established with members coming from different world regions and different sectors and also different backgrounds. So the user group provides feedback on the format and content of the HIPs. Their feedback is shared with the other groups, leading the revision of the HIPs, and will be involved in the final review of the revised version that we are expecting in next June. So now I think it's time for Professor Virginia Murray to talk about the use of HIPs to standardize the hazard information. Thank you so much for listening to me, and any question you can ask Professor Murray or Ellen by email, for example. Thank you so much, Virginia. It is a huge pleasure to be here. You can
Teresa.
count always with my support whenever you wish.
Thank you so much. But what you didn't mention was how useful you think this community, this resource might be for statisticians.
Oh, yes, I talked about that. It is
That's it.
really, really very useful. Because if we don't have the clear idea of HIPs, we cannot use statistics with safety. We are lost somehow in the world in all these aspects of risks, because hazards come from everywhere. If we don't have these definitions, and if we don't have clear databases and safe databases, we cannot have quality data to analyze. So for statistics, this is a really a huge advancement in science, and very, very important for us all.
So I thank you for that, Teresa. So we're
Thank
just
you
going
so
to talk
much.
about the use of HIPs to try and standardize hazard information.
Thank you so much.
So this is the next step. But thank you for everything. So first of all, we're going to go and listen to a wonderful video that is coming from our Colombian colleagues, Carolina Velasquez. Is this going to work? Can we run the video? Can you turn up the video?
Simple example using the in a project with resilient solutions and
Sorry, the sound's not coming through. It's a wonderful video. Do you want to start again? Please start again.
But first, in order to do that, we need to... Hi everyone, my name is Carolina Velasquez Calderon, an assistant professor in the Department of Geography at Florida State University. I also part of the user group for the review of the hazard information profiles. And the idea for today is sharing with you briefly and simple example using the hazard identification profile HIP for analyzing the Colombia. Thank you to the International Science Council for this opportunity. Project with Resilient Solutions and the German cooperation under the Global Initiative for Disaster Risk Reduction in strengthening risk-informed development approach in Colombia. But first, in order to do that, we needed to understand the risk landscape of the country. In order to understand the Colombia risk landscape, I used the National Unit for Disaster Risk Management Emergency Frequency Dataset from 1989 to 2021. I depurated the data after I analyzed the hazard information profile, reviewing the conceptualization and classification for each hazard and cluster, and after that I reclassified the hazard using the HIP framework. Some of the general results when I depurated the data and I worked with this dataset is that I found 42 hazards, each one with minimal description and comments about the configuration of the hazard. However, I consolidated them into 18 different types of hazard, and then I integrated into 8 clusters following the hazard identification profile framework. So meteorological and hydrological hazards account for the majority of reported incidents and emergencies in Colombia. You can see in the graph that 26,112 occurrences in Colombia indicating the significant impact. For instance, under this category, under this cluster, floods, storms, tropical events, and flash floods are included. The second most frequent hazard clusters was environmental hazards, with 16,317 occurrences between 1989 and 2021. And this category reflects substantial environmental challenges for Colombia. So under this category, we can find deforestation, wildfires. When reflecting on this experience, several lessons learned emerged regarding hazard identification and risk profiling in Colombia. One of the most critical takeaways was the importance of developing a unified approach to hazard description and classification across provinces. This will significantly improve data quality and ensure the information is usable for risk management and decision making at the national level. Another lesson was the value of incorporating hazard names and classifications used by ethnic groups. Recognizing local terminologies not only ensures better representation of diverse cultural contexts, but also strengthens communication at the local level, making hazard management more inclusive and effective. Also, community engagement is key. Now, the lesson learned from the hazard profile, information profile. So, flexibility in frameworks. The HIP framework must be flexible, as a recommendation, enough to accommodate local terminologies and context-specific hazards. Clarity in language. So, simplifying the technical language used in hazard profile is crucial by making the profile more accessible to both technical and non-technical users. Well, this is the end of the presentation, and I just want to say thank you so much to International Science Council. Please take a note of my email. Any comment, any question, please reach out, send an email, and thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Every thanks to you, Carolina. What a wonderful video. I love the fact you've been able to use the hazard information profiles to look at your incredible database in Colombia of all the hazard events going back to the 1990s. Your sharing of this information is really important because what you have shown us is that the hazard information profiles are almost a pick and mix list of hazards that different countries, different areas, different regions might need. But most importantly, it must reflect a common standard and must reflect the cultural needs of those localities who are at risk. So huge thanks to you, Carolina, for your wonderful engagement and being a brilliant user of our hazard information profiles and a great advisor to the whole programme. So the background of the HIPS is very clearly summarised on the UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction website. But what I thought would be really important to pull out is the bit about what these hazard information profiles should be contributing to. We know that we need a coherent view of hazards that can support countries, localities, regions, individuals. And one of the most important things that we're being asked to use these hazard information profiles on, besides early warning for all, and thank you, Urbano, for your very good discussion on that, is to report effectively on loss and damage. Because if we can understand the impacts of these events, we're in a much better position to be able to try and see what we should plan for next. So that means that we need to implement a comprehensive and inclusive approach to the development of disaster risk reduction strategies, and ultimately to develop this thing that you were summarising so well, Urbano, on developing and the use of multi-hazard early warning systems effectively, and to forecast eventually events for the future. How are we going to do this? Where do we go to in the future? So you might not be aware, but the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, in partnership with the World Meteorological Organization and the UN Development Programme, and many others, Helen and I have been to many of these meetings, are looking at developing a disaster losses and damage tracking system so that we can start to understand much more, and I believe that they hope to launch this early next year. What will it look like? Well, it'll have hazard parameters, effect and impact, and statistics and contextual data So very much reflecting Teresa's work and all the work that we need to understand for disaster-related statistics. This graphic really tries to show how we pull together things such as the cataloguing of hazardous events, which is a World Meteorological Organization program that Helene and I are part of, then recording of the events by the National Disaster Management Agency, and then building the statistical data. Really critical. But all of this, as Teresa says, relies on ensuring data. And we obviously have the hazard classification and definitions at the heart of it, with the hazard information profiles, for which we're very honoured. But in this slide that I have borrowed from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, you'll notice the guidance that we have prepared as a health professional with our team supporting WHO on the technical guidance notes on Sendai framework reporting for ministries of health. Something that is really critical to us, along with the technical guidance from a monitoring, understanding how we get to those global targets that UNDRR prepared. We link closely to the Statistical Commission to try and build some of that knowledge, and we know much more work is going on there with incredible work on disaster-related statistics and the frameworks that they've been building. And Teresa, I know, was very much involved in a meeting only in the last few weeks that was held in Africa, in Ethiopia, where she was talking about this issue as well. And behind that, we have the Sendai framework terminologies, which we think are very important, which have been agreed. Now, can I hand over to you, Helene, again, to give us the next steps, please?
Thank you very much. Is there any questions on this second part of the presentation, or question that you have the time to develop from the first half of the presentation? Still not. Well, we're really very, very clear. So I hope that we managed to demonstrate to you this morning that it is essential for risk assessment, risk management, risk reduction to better understand risk and to standardize the information you collect about the different aspects of the risk, starting with the hazard, and that the HIPs are very, very useful for that. Now, where are we and what are our next steps? So I'm going provocatively that our work is almost done and your work is going to start very soon. Why is it? Because we are now sending a call for the reviewers for the updated version of the HIPs. The scientists in our expert teams are almost finished to revise the HIPs and to revise the versions. They have made sure that the information that is currently presented in the HIPs is scientifically up to date, is scientifically robust, and is as accessible as possible from a scientist's standards. Now, what we want to do is to share those revised versions as broadly as possible to people who are willing to review them and to send us feedback. It may be feedback on the format. It may be feedback on the text, saying that this information in this section is a good one, but the text is a bit difficult to read. Can you please simplify that, as Carolina mentioned? It can be the addition of local or regional synonyms that you know about that are not represented on the HIPs. Once again, as Carolina said. So, we have this call that is available on the website of the International Science Council. You have flyers outside of this room with QR code that will send you straight to this page, to the page on the project, and you can go there from it. So, we would like you to answer this call. You can do this, you can be a reviewer if you are an expert on one of these hazards and you want to check that the information is there. But you can also be a reviewer if you are not an expert, but it is something that you're really interested in or really anxious about, or that it's a big part of your work, and we want to make sure that from your perspective, the HIPs is in the format and has content that is really useful for you. So please, this document, it is not our document. It is your document. You are the ones who are going to use it for your work. So we want to make sure that we hit the target and that you can really use it in your daily work. So I would really, really ask you to kindly answer this call and share it with everyone. You can find information on this page for the project on the website of the International Science Council. You can also, of course, send us questions on those emails. And it's a really co-produced information and co-produced document. So we really want to have this interaction between the science sphere on one hand and the user sphere so that we can really combine our knowledge and expertise and experience to make a very useful document. Any questions remaining? Because if not, I would like to move the rest of the session, which is about half an hour, into something a bit more participative and interactive. We have brought with us the paper version of the HIPs. So I would like to invite you to move closer and to have a look at them and to have a look at the HIPs that are presented and tell us what are the ones that you would like to use? Is there ones that you find are missing? How would you use them for your work? And any other comments that you have on them. It's a work in progress. Your feedback is more than welcome. And thank you very much for your attention. Another part. We have another video that was, unfortunately, we could not read on the system. We have it there, so if in the computer, so we can all sit together looking at the screen, a smaller screen, but get together to have a look at it. Thank you very much.
today is sharing with you briefly and simple example using the hazard identification profile HIP for analyzing the Colombian risk landscape. Thank you to the International Science Council for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everybody, and you're all very welcome to this session. This session is on how to make academic careers attractive and sustainable. We are going to discuss the role of science as crucial in these times of global crisis, given armed conflicts, health emergencies like pandemics and the threatening consequences of climate change and the unknown consequences of the use of artificial intelligence dominating our lives. In this panel, members of research organisations representing early, career and senior researchers will discuss the question of how to make academic careers more sustainable and attractive by engaging directly with the audience here today. So we will start with making 5 keynote statements from our respective representatives, followed by question and answers. We've changed the format from breakout sessions simply because the room doesn't facilitate that. So we've changed the format slightly. So we will be delighted if you would actively participate and engage with us and with the questions we pose here today. So we would, as I said, love participation from you, the audience, and we can put questions to the panelists as well, given that their expertise in the different areas and the different organisations, and the moderators as well, who are amongst us, will also participate. So at the end of today's session, we hope to share the main conclusions of the questions that we pose in a plenary part of this hour and a half to ensure that we have some concrete takeaways. So briefly, I will introduce the first, the speakers, and give a more detailed profile of each one before they speak. So initially we have Slaven Mišjanović, and he currently serves as a policy officer at the European Commission's Director General for Research, specifically in the unit focusing on ERA, spreading excellence and research careers. Next up, we have Karl van der Bosch from UNESCO, and he is also project officer in UNESCO in social and human science sector, responsible for implementing and monitoring the 2017 recommendation on science and scientific researchers. Third up, we have Nicola Dingo from Eurodoc, and Nicola is the Vice President of Eurodoc, the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers. Fourthly, we have Catalin Somosi from the Young Academy of Europe. And Catalin is a plant biologist working as an assistant professor in the University of Budapest, Hungary, and her research is focused on the effects of environmental stresses on placid structures and the context of climate change and sustainable agriculture. So she is representing the YAE. And last but by no means least, we have Gian Maria Greco from MCAA, and he is the chair of the Maria Curie Alumni Association, where he oversees activities on science policy, science communication, and career development. So I'd just like to issue a warm welcome to all of our panelists who agreed to be here today. Thank you. So first up, we have agreed that each speaker will take 5 minutes to present a talk on the topic at hand. And we start off with Slaven, who again, as I mentioned, is a policy officer at the EC's Director General for Research. Thank you. Would you prefer to stay or come up?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Rosario, for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers for organizing a session on such an important topic. It's one of those topics that everybody who is involved knows the importance of this topic, but often when we discuss this topic, the rooms are not full such as this one, because often researchers are not very well aware about the precarity of the situation they might be in. So as a policy officer at European Commission, more specifically in the Directorate General for Research and Innovation, I work in a sector which has the aim to improve the attractiveness and the sustainability of research careers. It is not so much of a new sector. We exist for a couple of years. Nevertheless, it is a small sector. At this time, we are only with 2 policy officers dealing with a variety of different topics. Now, if we talk about improving the attractiveness of the research careers, and I definitely appreciate the positive angle of this session. There's many sessions talking about what are the challenges. At this session, I think we accept that there are challenges. We have been discussing this for quite some time, and we are looking at what are the potential solutions. So I definitely welcome the positive angle of this. However, if we look at what can we do to improve the attractiveness, to improve the sustainability of research careers, well, we have to acknowledge that this is a complex challenge, and that whatever we do will need to be quite multifaceted. There is no single solution when it comes to this, and we must make progress on different fronts simultaneously. For example, by reforming how researchers are assessed, by recognizing a diverse range of scientific contributions, we make the research careers a little bit more sustainable. By promoting gender equality and inclusiveness, we contribute to creating an environment where researchers are more welcomed, a much more diverse environment, and where there is an environment of support. By professionalizing and strengthening support structures behind all the research, we can also support researchers in the way that they can focus much more on what they like, which is the science, and they spend less time and effort in all the bureaucratic tasks they also have to do with. I will not focus on these 3 topics which I just mentioned, which were research assessment, gender, and research management. But I will focus on several concrete actions that we are doing in our sector that is focusing on research careers. What is the good news when it comes to this topic is that since 2022, there is a certain momentum in the making. Tackling challenges faced by researchers are often things that will require a lot of years. And this can also be making this type of challenge just less politically interesting, because it's difficult to solve these issues within one mandate. Nevertheless, there has been quite a lot of courage from the member states, the stakeholders definitely, especially the stakeholders representing researchers one way or another, and the European Commission to come up with additional concrete actions that can support researchers and tackle precarity. And all of this is being done in what we call a collaborative performance framework, which we call ERA policy agenda, in which the Commission, member states, 27 member states, and also Horizon Europe associated countries and the stakeholders have agreed to work on a common set of actions. And one of them, and actually the most popular one, is the one on research careers. So what do we actually do as part of this larger umbrella of actions under the research careers? Well, first of all, we have the HR Excellence in Research. This is basically an award that is given to institutions that align their HR policies to the new Charter for Researchers. More than 700 institutions currently have this award, and more than 100 institutions are in the process of obtaining it. This is already something that exists for quite some time, but has been modernized recently. A new initiative is what we call Research Comp. Research Comp, which stands for European Competence Framework for Researchers. What it actually is, it's a set of 38 transversal skills grouped into the seven thematic areas. And what it actually aims to do is to support both researchers and higher education institutions and other research performing organizations, because what we have seen is that, first of all, researchers are not always aware of the skill that they possess, and secondly, they are not always aware of what are the skills needed to make progress, to progress their career. And that's why we have identified, in close cooperation with the stakeholders, many of them also represented here, these 38 transversal skills, and for each of these skills we look at 4 different levels of proficiency, intermediate, advanced, expert, or I would say more the beginner level, and it allows on one hand the researcher to self-assess and identify skills to improve, but also it has additional impact on how institutions recruit, etc., etc. This research comp is a relatively new development, adopted in end of 22. Then there are several practical initiatives. You might have heard of them, you might not. Probably the one that you have heard of, regardless if you are located in Europe or not, which is Euraccess. So Euraccess is an initiative that supports researchers if they're interested to find a job outside their own country or outside the sector they're familiar with. So finding the job is often the first thing that Euraccess helps researchers with. But it doesn't stop there. Because of its network of 650 plus service centers, really people that are supporting researchers on a variety of topics. Researchers also not only supported by finding a job in our country, but actually the network of service centers is also supporting researchers with a variety of topics, such as visums, making sure that their that their diplomas are recognized, supporting their spouse in the move, finding information about health insurances, etc., etc. So really on a variety on practical issues, because the idea is here very simple. We know that researchers move a lot from one country to another. There are some barriers, there are some challenges that they have to face, and through Euraccess, what we actually want to do is to lower these barriers, to make it a little bit easier for researchers. And I think this is quite unique because there's other professions which are quite mobile and they do not have such support network such as Euraccess. An initiative which is not often discussed because also it relates to a topic which is insufficiently receiving attention in my opinion, it is that it actually relates to the fact that when somebody moves a lot within the EU and that person being researcher or not, and we know that researchers are among the most mobile category of workers, making them extra vulnerable to this, are issues related to social security. Now, if you talk about social security challenges, there are several. There are not, I mean, there are so many different, we can talk about health insurance, maternity leave, we can talk about unemployment situations, etc. One of the issues which is quite important, especially in the long run, relates to pensions. Much less about the state pensions. We have some kind of system worked out within the EU. There's normally not a loss of rights when it comes to state pensions. But if you look at what we call occupational pensions, the second pillar, which is something on top and which is actually something which is very important to cover the fact that state pensions over time has more involved from adequacy to the sustainability of the pension system, meaning that actually researchers, that especially mobile, sometimes actually do lose some of their occupational pension rights. And for that purpose also the European Commission has been strongly supporting the development and operations of a separate financial institution called Resaver. We also have Resaver Pension Fund Manager today with us, Bea, who can also help with answering any concrete and very technical questions because she is very well familiar with the different realities. But also this is something, pensions, something researchers do not often think about until they reach the age above 50 and they start to look at what is going to be my financial situation when I retire, which rights do I have which rights do I lose? And then it's often the case that researchers find themselves in a rather unpleasant situation, unfortunately. And with this concrete initiative, we try to solve that issue. Now, if you look, actually, this is what we have been doing recently, and as I said, some of these initiatives are existing for quite some time. We continue modernizing them. Other initiatives are new. There are going to be new initiatives in the future as well. Nevertheless, what I want to highlight is that, unfortunately, not everything can be sorted out at the EU level. Like if you look at unemployment conditions, for example, this is not something where the EU has competencies. And if you look at many of the issues that researchers face, unfortunately, the EU has either a supporting or a shared competence at best. Nevertheless, we understand the importance. We understand the importance of making this profession very attractive. We have seen that over the past decades, there is an increase in number of researchers in the EU, which we very much welcome. And the shift is also moving much more recently, not only from having more jobs in research, but also having good jobs in research. Nevertheless, as I mentioned, I do think that there's a certain momentum currently in the making, although some people might say we are already having the momentum. I think it will continue because and of course, often we say there is a momentum, but I will illustrate this with one example. So if you look at all these initiatives we have been doing so far, these are non-legislative initiatives, right? It's recommendations, it's about supporting certain project or another. And currently there are discussions about what is called an ERA Act. And I think this could be quite interesting because the idea for the ERA Act is it to be, if feasible, a legislative proposal. And of course, research careers also play a very instrumental role in everything that has to do with this creation of a single market for research, knowledge, and technology. We're also at a point where we are discussing the FP10, so the next multi-annual framework program for research and innovation. Research careers has also been included in the next ERA policy agenda, 25-27, which means that we will continue to work on this. So I think there are quite some positive signals out there, but I think at the end, it is clear that this is not something that will be sorted out even in the next years, but we do hope that the progress will accelerate and at least remain steady as it has been over the past years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Slaven, very much. Before I introduce my next speaker, two small points. First of all, I forgot to introduce myself, as someone pointed out. So my name is Rosario Griffin, and I'm the Secretary and Director of ICORSA, which is the International Consortium of Researchers Staff Associations. So we have a lot of national and international researcher staff associations as part of our organization, as well as individual researchers and also researchers in the private sector, as well as research performing organizations. So that's the first thing. The second thing is Mentimeter, which is up here. Feel free to respond to the questions on the Slido, and you see the number there. And thanks to Sal, who is the head of communications. Sal, you might wave to people. Yeah, so he put together some questions that you might answer, please, to give us some sense of your thoughts on the matter. Okay, so next up, I have the great pleasure indeed of asking Karl Vantelbosch from UNESCO. He's a policy officer with UNESCO, to give us his views on the topic. Thank you, Karl.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to thank the organizers for this timely conversation, as well as our hosts, the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. My intervention will try to look at this topic through the lens of an intergovernmental organization like UNESCO. And for that, I would like to draw your attention to a standard setting instrument called the 2017 Recommendation on Science and Scientific Researchers, which was adopted in 2017, as the title suggests. This standard setting instrument is intended to influence the development of laws and policies in countries. And this one in specifically, it tries to provide a holistic vision for science that goes beyond growth and productivity, emphasizing human well-being. It replaces a recommendation from 1974, expanding its scope and adding a 4-yearly monitoring exercise. And to help with this exercise, the recommendation was divided into 10 key areas, looking at is science contributing to UN ideals like peace and the environment? Is science meaningfully interacting with society? Does it inform policy making, and so on? And the important one for today is key area 9, which focuses on human capital in science. It looks specifically at training, employment, career prospects, mobility, social security, and transparent performance appraisal for researchers. And as I mentioned, there is a 4-yearly monitoring exercise for this standard setting instrument. The first one was completed in 2021, and we found there were some interesting findings, let's say. For example, 61% of member states responded to having taken measures to support careers and mobility, but for the other, almost 40% obstacles remained. 56% reported initiatives on learning opportunities in international travel, but also mentioning significant barriers, particularly in social security and performance appraisal. And with this, I would like to point out my last statistic. We found that only 46% of member states reported measures to support social security, revealing a pressing gap in structural safeguards. So, as you can count, 2021 is almost 4 years ago. We have a next survey going out this year with reports coming into UNESCO next year in 2025. We have tried to improve our survey to go a little bit more in depth. And so 6 out of our 43 questions that member states will reply to focus on this topic of human capital. And specifically, we're asking them if they have policy instruments, both operational and legal, that look at the protection and promotion of job security of R&D personnel, the mobility of STI personnel, including researchers, lifelong learning opportunities of scientific researchers, decent labor conditions of STI workers, safety of STI personnel working in dangerous environments, and professional recognition for STI workers. So apart from the statutory monitoring that we do every 4 years and that we report to every 6 months through our member states, through the executive board, we also launched a new program last year on the promotion of scientific freedom and the safety of scientific researchers, which includes economic safety. And so one of the first things we did was try to gather some data on this topic, and so we published a report called The Safety of Scientific Researchers, Data, Trends and Typology of Threats, of which the findings emphasize how precarious employment and insufficient fundings jeopardize not only careers, but also researchers' psychological. And this, of course, unfortunately, disproportionately impacts early career scholars, women, and minority groups. This was, by the way, reflected in another study that we did in Africa, in 6 African countries, on scientific freedom there. Same findings. So going forward, UNESCO in this program will engage with policymakers. We will enhance data collection. We will build institutional capacities to protect researchers, particularly in conflict situations or emergency situations. And we will of course, boost our advocacy, our alliance building, and our international cooperation as part of our efforts. In closing, I would like to invite all the people here in the room, all the institutions that you represent, to support our program, whether it be through joint data collection initiatives, for example, participating in national consultations like the 4-yearly monitoring exercise to which your governments may invite you, or simply to raise awareness on this issue. UNESCO serves as a bridge between scientific communities and policymakers, so your inputs are extremely valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carl, for that wonderful insights on behalf of UNESCO, so thank you for that. Next up, I have the great pleasure indeed of welcoming Nicola Dengov, who is a representative and Vice President of Eurodoc. Thank you. And again, a reminder to everyone to try and do the Mentimeter, if we can get it back on screen. Thanks. So go ahead, Nicola, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to have the opportunity to be here and to see you here engaging with this topic, which is very, very much important. So I'm here as a representative of Eurodoc, and just to be clear, we are an organization who represents early career researchers from really the first step, which is the start of your doctoral journey, somewhere you get to become a PhD candidate, up to the point where you start to be an independent researcher, so when you are a PI. So in roughly R1, R2 stages, so PhD candidates and postdocs. And our organization is really an umbrella organization, so it's made with a strong democratic structure and really bottom up. So what I'm going to say today is not really my personal point of view, it's really the end point of a long-standing talking between different organizations of a lot of different countries. And I have some small slides to you just to follow through. I want to start saying that there are, of course, different levels of problematic settings. There is a wider one, which can be summarized to the fragmentation that exists regarding doing research in different countries. So the system, the academic system, the research system do not talk in between each other effectively, and this creates a huge problem for early career researchers. And then we can move inside and specific countries, and we find an array of problems that depends on the specific countries. But we're pretty sure that the direction is to try and implement this defragmentation, this international cooperation to basically have a very this flat condition that can allow the movement of idea and knowledge and researchers. So if we start from the first step, which is being a doctoral candidate, we're talking about doctoral education. And with this, we are moving away from the ancient model, which was the mentor-mentee kind of a dynamic, and we are moving for a more structured type of doctoral education, which is implemented typically in the doctoral schools. We can do that, and this has been rolling out since some years, but we cannot get rid entirely of some of the mentor-mentee dynamic because of the role of the supervisor. So a lot of strain is on the relationship between the doctoral candidate, the R1 researchers, and the supervisor. And this have to stay at a high quality level. We need these to be quality assured and to be very informed and effective. And the problem with this is that, of course, there is no one solution for this. We're not advocating to have a very standardized model to apply everywhere in the world. But so we welcome experimentation, we welcome bettering and really tailoring doctoral education down to the local level, but it's also no room for improvisation. It can't be a second thought or something that you improvise at the moment. It needs to stay connected with the best practice that are well discussed in the field. Another huge problem regarding the working contracts and working conditions, because of course PhD candidates do inherit this studentship type of description that we are strongly against, and that is preventing R1 researchers to be recognized as professional. And that's a huge problem, because that comes with a lot of limitation to how they're seen bureaucratically. So the type of contract they are offered, the type of social security they can get access to, but also how really civil society sees R1 researchers. If they are seen as students, that changes a lot in respect to being seen as an actual researcher and doing a research job. And we know that they are responsible for quite a substantial amount of research being done. So we really think that the way forward is the professionalization of the R1 researchers, getting them to see themselves and to project their role as more professional, also to diminish the friction of R1 researchers, of PhD candidates and people with a PhD moving out to academia, because then they will be asked to be professional. So they need to be trained to be professional. Going to the second stage of a career, so the postdoc, here we have the problem of how unstructured careers are generally. It's very difficult to plan ahead. It's very difficult to structure a coherent career strategy within research, because you have a lot of problem to access to funding. You don't know how to navigate the different systems. The European level, the system is very fragmented, so you might not be aware how to move in a different country to perform your research effectively. So we need this level of coherence and planability to research careers. And this is, for example, probably the main purpose, for example, of the Marie Curie actions, to provide this coherent way to design a career and to move forward. We really fight against this optic of seeing postdocs as knowledge mercenaries. Of course, there is value to going somewhere else to see how other institution works and to gain knowledge and to gain expertise. But for a lot of people, this is improvised. This is not planned ahead. And this needs to be more sustainable and by design in a way. And there's also a level of institutional responsibility to move away from basically exploitative practices. Because if you're not providing good working condition, the reality of the situation is that you're basically exploiting people. And this is, of course, quite bad. And it's also creating a very bad name for researchers themselves. And if you wish to have that competitive edge, if you wish to have more researchers, better talents, you need this to be a better environment and more welcoming environment, I would say. And my really third big point is recognizing the value that the community of R1 and R2 researchers can bring to the table. So basically get them to project their voices and to project their experience at the governance level. That could be the institutional level, the national level, the international level. Because again, they are very much unrepresented, so it's difficult for R1 or R2 researchers to give feedback to what their problems are, so what the solution might be. And that creates a huge blind spot in governance, because we are growing detached from the people actually doing the bulk of the research. There is also another point of view. So at some point, these people will move on with their careers and are going to be called to be the next people in the governance, the next people leading research, and they need to be trained on how to do that. So getting that at that point earlier is going to be a net benefit, I think, for the whole system. And with that, I think I'm done, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Wonderful. And again, just to say, Nicola was from the Eurodoc, which is the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers. Thank you. Next on stage, and I didn't give you justice the last time, Catalin, so I'm going to introduce you properly this time. Not alone are you a plant biologist, but she was the founding member and co-chair of the Hungarian Young Academy, and she is currently the outgoing chair of the Young Academy of Europe and a fellow of the International Science Council. So on that note, we would be delighted to hear your perspective on the topic at hand in relation to researcher careers and precarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosary, for this introduction. So I'm now here speaking as outgoing chair of the Young Academy of Europe, which is a bottom-up organization at the European level representing independent group leaders. So I would talk about mid-career researchers rather than early career researchers. And as Nicola said, or according to this classification, this is the R3 category, and some of our members are already having professorships, so they can be maybe also counted as R4 level researchers. So in this respect, we have similar issues and problems that Nicola outlined for the doctoral candidates and the postdoc generation of researchers, but there are some others which are different, and I would only focus on these. So many of these mid-career researchers and young independent group leaders are having still precarious positions, so they are still fighting to get a permanent position, and at the same time they also need to take care to build their own research group, apply for grants, mentor their PhD candidates, and do some teaching in the meantime. And all these struggles come in a life period for most of them, which is also the time when biologically, especially women, have to have their families. So this comes in times when they often also have caring duties. And that leads us to an expression used in America. It's the sandwich generation. It's used more in private life when it is representing this middle generation, which has some caring duties towards the younger generation, towards their children. And at the same time, some of them also start to have caring responsibilities towards their parents. So that means that the sandwich generation, and I personally prefer to use a maybe stronger metaphor to describe this situation. I call it the generational vice, because you feel like you are stuck between, or you are pressured between two generations. They need your help, attention, and time, and this way you might have less time to focus on your own life and to realize some of your personal goals, for example, in your career. So that's something which exists. The sandwich generation is used mostly for private life. I think we can also use it for, or invent a new term, academic sandwich generation or academic generational vice, because the same happens here. We still need to prove ourselves towards our bosses, heads of departments, evaluation committees where we want to get a tenured position, and at the same time we have to invest a lot in our own PhD candidates and on developing the next generation of researchers. And that leads to a lot of stress and of course sometimes even burnout and challenges with work-life balance, which is, I think, quite evident. One solution could be the one that we'll discuss maybe later on in the discussion part of the event, is to have a tenure track models which will at least alleviate a little bit the pressure and solve a bit the precarity issue, because if you are on a tenure track model like in the US, you might have a feeling that you won't need to prove yourself for tens of years, but you feel that after a while you can get more focusing on other duties, either in your life or in treating the next, or in mentoring the next generation of researchers. And the last point I would like to mention here from the Young Academy of Europe perspective is that it's really important to take care of equity, diversity, and inclusion. At this middle generational level, we already see that women are leaving in academia in a higher number, due to that I mentioned, and especially the problems with the work-life balance and how you can manage a nice family life and a successful academic career. And at the same time, we all know that, and we all want to recognize that many researcher competencies are needed and are existing and are important for a successful research and innovation ecosystem. And one person cannot excel in all of these competencies. So we need to build inclusive research teams with members with complementary skill sets, and in which the talents of everyone is properly recognized and rewarded. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Catalin. That was wonderful. Thank you. And next up, I have the great pleasure indeed of welcoming Gian Maria Greco, who is the chair of the Marie Curie Alumni Association, otherwise MCAA. Gian oversees activities on science policy, science communication and career development. He also co-chairs the COARA Working Group on Multilingualism and Language Bias in Research Assessment, and he co-leads the Research Ability Initiative dedicated to advocating for researchers with disabilities. So you're very welcome to the floor, and we're very interested in MCA's opinion on academic and research careers, how to make them attractive and sustainable. Thank you.
55.1%, 37%, 53%, 52.3%, 42.5%, 80%, 32.7%, 37.5%, 4.2%, 70%. I'm the chair of the MCA, and these figures come from the major survey that we run this year. It's a survey among our members. We represent former and current holders of beneficiaries of the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. The vast majority of us are current or past beneficiaries of doctoral networks and individual fellowships, currently called postdoctoral fellowships. And we have around 24,000 members, which is a portion, only a part of all the beneficiaries, all the people that have, all the beneficiaries over the years of the MSCA program. Now, I obviously share what the colleagues have said before. The points presented by the institutions and the suggestions and issues put forward by the representative of other researchers' organizations. So let's go back to just put some numbers. There are internal, so the concerns that are about our members that don't represent, that can't be universalized, generalized, but still they represent something. And the 80% of current fellows completed a career development plan. As you may know, in the MSCA program, either a doctoral networks or postdoctoral fellowships, the mandatory part is to fill a career development plan. And the 80%, they did it. So even though it's mandatory, there is a 20% that were not able to take it home. And of those, the 32.7 found it extremely or at least very useful. But 37.5% found it not useful at all. And that is quite something. Is it because it's the instrument, the career development plan, or is the way the instrument is implemented and what's around or what is not around the instrument, what is lacking? as a support system for researchers, for R1, R2 researchers, R3 as well, to understand how to further develop. There is another figure that I mentioned, 55.1%. These are early career stage researchers that report they received, or have been receiving if they are current fellows, some support in terms of career orientation. However, that figure drops to the 37% when we look at past fellows, and joined with other data from the survey that gives us an insight how, after the initial career development, there is a significant drop in assistance. So after an initial assistance, then there's, well, quite less, let's say, to be fair. And what type of support have received those who received it? 53% different forms of mentorship. 52.3% attended oftentimes on their own choice. They went out there to look for seminars and workshops that were not systematically offered, that were not part of a systematic offer by the institution. And 42.5% gained training on transferable skills, oftentimes activities, training that they actively looked for, searched on their own, that was not part of any systematic offer. And let me just go straight to the final point, so to link what our message is here today. There are 84.2% of the current fellows who answered our survey felt nervous or anxious for work-related reasons, okay, job, for at least several days in the previous days that they filled the survey. 70% struggle to control worrying about their job, okay, their job security, their life. And only 27% of them sought mental health support in the past 2 years, only 27%. There is a systematic lack of mental health institutional support. Many respondents are even unaware whether there is any mental health support in their institutions, That obviously can be due to a lack of information, dissemination, or even an absence of any support. Now, all those issues mentioned by the speakers before me, social security issues, mobility, lack of a clear career overview, that is connected to the absence, or the improperly implementation of tenure track models. All of those of training of transversal skills. We speak about intersectoral, triple E. And that requires a interconnected plan. There is not one size fit all solution. As they said, it's a chain, or more properly, it's a chain mail. It's a complex system where one link supports the others and has effects on the others. what is the way to go? Well, there's no one, as I said, one size fits all solution. However, one of the key points is to elaborate on what Nicola mentioned, is to keep providing venues for researchers to be heard. Researchers need to be heard and must be heard. They have first-hand experience of what's happening here and now, and they can provide crucial, it cannot be substituted with something else. It's unique, a unique perspective. We are grateful to the World Science Forum for hosting us and making our voices heard. But this is obviously a specific context. There are several other venues, tables, rooms where our voices are being heard, increasingly heard, what Slaven mentioned, but that's still not enough. It's such a chainmail that working on one link is not enough. We need to work together. We are not on the different sides of the desk of a fence. We are all in the same pot. And we need to work together so that these figures can significantly improve over the next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John. That was wonderful. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, the format has changed. So instead of having roundtable discussions, we will put these questions to you, the audience, or indeed the panel can also respond to any of the questions posed. And because of the change of format, we actually have time. So let's use it productively. I might ask Sal to assist in relation to the roving mic, if that's okay. So maybe take a mic from up here in case anybody wants it. Okay, thank you. Now, the first moderator was Pil Maria Sagman from Eurodoc. Would you mind raising your hand so that everybody can see? And you're currently the president of Eurodoc. So perhaps you might have an opinion on this and we can open it up to the floor. And also the reporter, before I go to the question, is Norbert Benzes. Is Norbert here? Anyway, also from Eurodoc. So the question is, what are the key challenges for researcher careers in your opinion, Pil? And then we can open it up to the floor.
So thank you. So my name is Pil, and I'm the current president of the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers. And I can only echo what my colleague Diane Maria says, a seat at the table. It's in principle a fundamental institutional autonomy question that researchers, the academic community as a whole, belongs at the seat at the tables where decisions are made, and that it is a joint responsibility. I am more curious what other people in the room think than me. I get the floor and the seat quite sometimes, but if I do have some questions for all speakers, I can say in that sense is a bit about, if we zoom in on education, then it is both where, like, I think it needs to be underlined again and again that most of the research that gets done in Europe gets done by doctoral candidates and postdocs. Their PIs, they're way too busy supervising, teaching, and all of this others. There would be no research without the researchers. But doctoral education, that has a twofold, it has a multifold role to play, but it has two that are crucial. One of the individual doctoral candidate, and secondly, it's also the education of the future higher education. This is where we shape the future of academia. This is the future, even though many leave, this is also where those who will become faculty, they go through doctoral education. And in that sense, I am interested in the perspectives of how we embed that responsibility into doctoral education.
Okay, so let's put that question to the panel, and if everybody could give a brief 1 or 2 sentence response, and we'll start at this end this time with you, Jean, if that's okay. Following on from your colleague, just 1 or 2 sentences, and then we'll move down along the line this way, yeah. Yeah, do you want to?
Okay, sorry. So just quickly, so one thing is when doctoral schools are accredited or somehow examined, or the doctoral training is overviewed by ministries or any other committees, they should make sure that quality of supervision and the quality of and also the involvement of transversal skills training and researcher trainings related to a more diverse set of researcher competencies is included in the curricula of researchers. And another step, which is also extremely important, when they are evaluating supervisors and R3, R4 generation of researchers, let's call them like this, so the supervisors, there should be also a quality control related to their supervision, which is also lacking. We just met, and many of us know Sean Sapkariou from the Luxembourg National Fund, and we had some discussion with him on ESOF, and he mentioned that he's also working in a CORA working group doing experimentation, and he said that he would like to introduce into research grant assessment, or no, not research, but the assessment of researchers while evaluating or distributing grants, a step about the quality, a feedback about the quality of supervision that the researcher is doing. I know it's a quite, how to say, transformative idea, but I liked it.
May I elaborate on that? Because this puts us in the MCA and the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions Program, by name in a way, in the sense that this is really a great point. A check system on the quality of the supervision and the supervisors. And this is something that we've been advocating for quite some time, and likely, it's not likely, it's because we've been advocating, we've been raising our voice, it's not by luck, and so it was just a figure of speech. The MSCA actions now have the guidelines of supervision officially published by the unit, so it's part of the program. And we're currently, since supervision, it's culture, time related, so it's not something that once you wrote the guidelines, they're done, they're there, but we really need to keep them updated. As a couple of years later, we are already starting, the first publication, we already started together with the Commission, the official revision of update of the guidelines. So I think that's a good example of how the researchers' activity and voice can produce something on the system. But that needs to be replicated. The MSCA is a very specific program. That has to become transversals, that examples. If I may add one last point, which is kind of connected to the questions, the way that Peel formulated the question. And there is a kind of ambiguity which is normal in the doctoral education, in the term of doctoral education, how is perceived culturally, contextually, in different contexts, and so on. Our education is just a further step over the MA or whatever, a BA, MA, it's something, just education, but you are not really learning something. Or it's a research. Depending on the context, the way doctoral education may be misinterpreted, either on purpose or unintentional. One thing we should, I think, do, and it should become clear every day, we should make clear that that doctoral education is education how to become a leader, how to become a research leader, how to become... It's not that doctoral candidates, doctoral researchers will then become researchers, straightforward researchers. Some of them will end up in non-profit sector or public institution and so on. But we are training them. So it's a high-level training, but it's not it's a training for leaders, that's what I'm trying to say. So, because in some contexts, there can be a kind of ambiguity that the education is just one more step of, and then, I'm sorry, apologies, I know that it's not a great example, but my grandmother, my late grandmother, when she asked me, well, what are you doing for her whole life? When I was doing a PhD, I was just studying to become a high school professor. That's what, obviously, it's a specific type of context, right? But that, the lack of a proper perception and that the doctoral education is really the highest level of education and training of leaders. That is something we should, I think, even be more vocal.
Okay, before we move along the line, we have somebody from the floor. Do you wish to add to that point?
I don't know if this is, maybe you want to go through the other members of the panel, and then it's not a comment on the question from the colleague.
No, well, go ahead.
An additional
go
question.
ahead anyway. I think we need to.
Sorry.
Yeah,
so then,
include.
very quickly, it's on an aspect of how to make the careers attractive and sustainable that echoes what my colleague talked about. I'm Konstantinos Tararas from UNESCO, working on the right to science, scientific freedom. And so my question to you is, from the initial research we have conducted, we saw that early career researchers face a higher risk or a higher challenge in terms of the respect of their intellectual autonomy and freedom. So therefore, my question to you is how this issue is addressed in your organizations, what findings you have, what therefore are your insights, and whether there is room for additional data collection that we could potentially explore together. Thank you very much.
Okay. Pil, before are you going to answer that, Pil?
I'm going to answer that.
Okay, go ahead, and then I'll move down the line here. Yeah, go ahead, Pil.
So I very much agree. I very much agree with where you're coming from. As a representative of early career researchers, I have to say that we are not trained for the hard conversations. There's a lack of training. There's a lack of focus on, you can say, the role fundamentally on that the right to science is a human right. That we are at that level, and that's a conversation that is hardly taken within the academic walls and not in the context of doctoral education. So in terms of what we are doing is actually that we are developing an ambassador program aimed at doctoral candidates, postdocs, to equip them to understand that role of higher education and research sector in society, the democratic role. And there's a multitude of different aspects that one needs to address in that. There is, as you hinted, also the right to science, but also in terms of your own precarity, you need to understand the space you are, like the space you occupy in academia and the space academia occupy in society, and in specifically in the democratic discussion. So that would be my response. We're developing an ambassador program.
Yeah, thank you, Pil, for that. Would you like to, anybody else at the end of the panel like to pass a comment, or will we move on to the next question? Move on to the next question? Okay. Okay, so the next question then is, does the European Research Competency Framework address career progression and precarity? And what are other international frameworks' best practices? So if anybody would like to either comment on that. Now, Catalin was our rapporteur for this particular section, which would have been a roundtable, and I was the moderator.
But we have one question here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sal. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm István Hatfani, board member of the Hungarian Young Academy. And if I may
I think the question isn't whether this framework addresses this or that. The question is, how is this framework enforced on the EU countries, and how will these aspects come to life in the different countries, in Western Europe, in Eastern Europe? Because no matter what framework the EU comes up with, if it's not done in the countries, then it's just paper and ink.
Thank you for that. And basically you're asking, has this any teeth in reality? So Slaven, did you want to answer that? And feel free, anybody else in the panel, if you wish, you can just raise your hand and I'm happy to take.
So if you look at the framework for the competence framework for research careers, it is something that has been proposed by the Commission, and after negotiation within the Council, it was adopted by the Council as a Council recommendation. This is not legally binding, right? Nevertheless, it has I would say, is as far as you can go without being legally binding. And as with any Council recommendation, there is also a monitoring of its implementation. Monitoring, but per se without a carrot or a stick, right? So there is still going to be a certain voluntary aspect of this, and what we are always doing, regardless of what we do, be it even eventually ending in Council recommendation or not, is actually encouraging the Member States, or if stakeholders, if they're involved, to follow up on some of our recommendations, not by saying you have to do it, but actually by building a case and showing why this is a good development. When it comes to research comp, there are other national frameworks in place, right? And the purpose is not to replace all of them, definitely not. But I do think that this has encouraged some national policymakers to review their national frameworks, to align them. And I would say, generally, there is some progress in that. Also, this is something which is not really only useful for the moment. So we hope that it will set a certain base for the years ahead. However, there are also, of course, some limitations to the research comp. The previous question was about researchers becoming something else, becoming a leader, becoming an innovator. The type of skills that you acquire being a researcher is useful in so many different environments. And research comp cannot cover all the environments where a researcher can end within. But it does try to identify those transversal skills that are most likely to be useful in a high number of different environments. So I personally would not say that in the future there won't be any additional kind of competence frameworks for similar types of profession, maybe even research management, for example.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to comment? Yeah, feel free.
If I may.
Nicola?
Yeah, I would just like to add to that from to the European perspective, looking at the international perspective. The recommendation that I mentioned, the standard setting instrument, it is of course soft law. It's not enforceable. However, member states are invited to report every 4 years. And the first time we only received 45 reports, so it should be better. But there is good news also. Last year, as I mentioned, I think in my statement, member states decided to strengthen this recommendation, asking us to focus specifically on the status of scientific researchers, including working conditions and career development and so on. And so there is an increased support. It is led eventually to the development of programs, which means there is now funding behind this to develop initiatives. And going beyond that, there was this year, earlier in March, a call to action which was supported by 60 member states and welcomed by the entire executive board of UNESCO. So there is definitely increased interest. There is the will for us to work on this. And going beyond that, I mean, my colleague and I were already doing some initiatives, but even beyond that, in the UN Pact for the Future in New York, it was also included in Action 38 to focus on the freedom and safety of scientific researchers. So it is growing in interest by the international community. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. And Carl, if you remember, is a project officer from UNESCO. So thank you for that. Did you, yeah, Nicola? Nicola from Eurodoc, you would like to comment?
Yes, and I think this is a very important topic, so how we make this in practice. And of course, we cannot just drop down and impose some specific type of framework. We wish we could do that, but we can't. So we have to find other ways. I think the name of the game is creating that incentives, that structure of incentive, and to start that cultural change as well. So on one side, you're creating a system where you are basically awarded if you're moving in the right direction, and the right direction is the one that is agreed upon, which is conceived to be the right direction, which is approved to be the right direction. And the other part is trying to really, because everything which is very much top-down has a lot of inertia when it comes to be understood at the local level. So your local president of the doctoral school might not be up to date on what's changing, and this has to be really understood in a capillary way. And this is really a communication problem that has to be addressed. Another very important point is because the recommendations are vague in their way, because they need to be adapted around like the specific implementations. A lot of it is also exchanging practices and creating communities to exchange practices. And we're seeing this more and more to see how in different contexts a specific requirement was met, a specific strategy was drawn. So would you want an example of these communities? So there was I think the mutual learning, exercise that was created very recently that is just doing that. As a Eurodoc and with the cost, we are starting a cross-cutting action regarding research careers, which is basically trying to get people working really in the institutions who have the responsibility to shape up doctoral education and to help doctoral career to say, oh, I'm doing this. This is how we are implementing in my own institution, and then talking with people from another country and who are doing that differently and creating a sort of a working group that can try and be very pragmatic on this. So,
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that insight, Nicola from Eurodoc. I want to move on to, and thank you to the person from the floor for the very interesting question, which obviously stimulated a lot of debate. Can I move on to the next question? And our moderator was Philippa Warren from YAE, that's the Young Academy of Europe. And the question was, and the rapporteur, just to mention, is Pavlov from Brzezinski from MCAA. And the question is, can tenure track models tackle precarity and make academia more attractive? So if we could have your brief response on that, Pip, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the panel. My very brief response, my personal opinion is, yes, tenure track can absolutely help tackle precarity across the sciences. I think not only do we have a problem whereby many people, particularly in the R1, R2 level, do not understand how even to get to a tenured professorship, but in countries across the world, the way in which you do that is not clear and has different ways of doing it, depending on the institution that you're in, the country that you're in, or indeed whether or not you want to flip between industry and academia. I think all of this needs to be made a lot clearer to help support our researchers as they develop. There are, however, problems, and this is where one of the questions that comes to the panel and to the floor. Certainly in the UK, France, Germany, and Italy, what we're finding is that grants which used to mean that a researcher would get a tenured position, for example, an ERC, Universities are now not necessarily guaranteeing that, certainly not at the point that they receive the award, but then even subsequently, researchers have to fulfill additional criteria, additional conditions. So my question is, how do we guarantee, even with a tenure track role, that we get universities and countries to sign up to this?
Thank you, Pip, for that question. I might put that to the panel, or if anybody in the audience feels they'd like to respond to that, just raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll just ask one or two panel members to make a brief response, and then we're moving on to the last question very briefly, because I want to make sure we get around to everyone. So, Katalin, if you, yeah, great, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice provocative question, and I don't have the real answer to it. But I would say we had some discussion. I think it was on the European Research Area Action 4, European Research Area Forum Action 4 meetings, where there were solutions where we emphasized that we need to increase the basic funding of institutions instead of project-based funding, because if we if we try to dig deep into the problem, everything is rooted in the fact that most research is financed in a project-based way, and that means that everything is precarious. And maybe a change, especially for universities, which are institutions which have not only research function but also teaching, maybe a kind of increase in basic funding to get more positions could be helpful.
Thank you very much, Katalin, and thanks for keeping that brief as well. Anybody else before I move to the next question? Did you want a very brief response? Okay, Carl. Very brief, thanks.
Sorry, just very brief. I just want to echo what was said in the room from our national reporting in 2021 that we found, where some universities reported having improved the status of researchers that were not on the university's payroll, thereby granting them access to healthcare and support facilities and so on. And just to corroborate that, other member states who reported having a low number of researchers indicated that this was a sign of not having satisfactory social security.
Thank you very much for that, Carl. A valid point about not having social security. Okay.
So I'm just going to add to
that.
Oh
yeah, sorry, Pip, go ahead.
15 what you would class as some of the world-leading institutions across America and Europe. And on average, it takes 18 years for somebody to be employed at that institution to become tenured, to have a tenured position. This is an incredibly long time when people have a precarious, normally, contracts.
Yeah, excellent point.
Sorry.
Okay,
just very briefly, many of our organizations are members of Initiative for Science in Europe, and I just wanted to outline in this respect that there is a recent report written by a working group there, led by one Young Academy of Europe member, which is showing best practices and examples for European tenure track models. So if you are interested, just go Google ISC, Initiative for Science in Europe, and tenure track models.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, that's a very useful tip, and I will certainly be Googling that after. Okay, we will move on to our final question before we wrap up with Mentimeter and also one or two concluding remarks. So our fourth and final question, and again I'd ask everyone to keep this brief, is about mobility, researcher mobility, pension and security systems, social security systems, to reduce precarity, again, which leads on nicely from Pip's contribution there. So the moderator of this session was Mustafa Munir, who's MCAA, and the rapporteur just was also Slaven Milicevic from the EU policy officer. But we'll go back to Mustafa for your insights into that particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is actually a very complicated topic, which we know from the UNESCO survey, but as well as from the MCA survey. Now, there are already quite some nice initiatives like Resaver and others, but we have seen that there are lack of coordination in the sense, for example, when I talk about the social security and intersectoral mobility, these are intertwined. There are a couple of major challenges. One, researchers are not always considered as researcher or worker status, which basically, or employment condition, which basically are the main goal of the CNC Charter and Code. Rather, they are treated as a doctoral student. So that means there are a lot of countries where they do not get a social benefit like an employee. So this is a challenge, and there are a lack of coordination among the member states and also the different insurance system. So how to solve that, and what are the challenges we can, what are the ways, not only the Commission, other stakeholders can solve that. And the second point is that III mobility is a very, very hot topic. Everyone talks about it. There are experts who can give you an advice on how to really move from academic career to other options. But there are no structural support, neither from the institutions nor from anyone, basically, that, okay, if, let's say, there is a researcher and he would really like to move, but what are the structural support an institution can provide it? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, very articulate. I just want to acknowledge Beata behind you, who is from Resaver, and I'm just, in the interest of transparency, I'm on the board representing ICORSA on Resaver, which tries to bring about a unified pension scheme for researchers who are highly mobile, and to have one-stop shop, essentially, which is obviously important for the future. The other thing I must mention before I pass the mic on to anybody else who wishes to respond to that particular question, and Mustafa's insightful comment, is that as part of ICORSA, we have a project at the moment ongoing, an EU-funded project called Secure, which is looking at the career framework and working with the European career framework. This goes back to the gentleman's question down there earlier. Thank you for that question. And if you want to learn more about Secure, it's ICORSA, ICORSA.org, and I think Sal dropped some of our literature on the seats, so just go to the website and you'll find out more about that particular project and how it's working on implementing various recommendations. And also we have a number of pilot RFOs and RPOs, so research performing organizations and research funding organizations, who are currently implementing that model to try and again address these issues. Okay, so that's from ICORSA's perspective. Did anybody else in the panel have Catalin and then Slaven? I'll go to Slaven first. Slaven, can you keep it brief, because the clock is now ticking, and we're going to then go to Sal, who will do our Mentimeter results.
All right, so...
Okay, thanks, Slaven.
I'm keeping it quite brief. Given the fact that I think here in the audience we have a lot of researchers or individuals representing some kind of association, representing researchers, one of the challenges, and of course it's a very complex thing, I mean nothing in this topic is simple, unfortunately, and also when it comes to social security, but what we often see is that employers have a very important role to play when it comes to that. When somebody is moving from public sector to private sector, often these organizations are bounded by collective bargaining agreements. They are involved in these collective bargaining agreements. And when you negotiate collective bargaining agreements at sectoral level, you need to know what to fight for. And my impression is that the employers are not often sufficiently aware of the issues. Sometimes when we talk about an example of Resaver, when we have organizations approaching us that are interested in joining Resaver, they often say, yeah, we have this population of researchers, we are not providing them anything, and we kind of feel bad about it, so we want to do something. But it comes actually through introspection of a couple of HR people in these organizations. Often it was not triggered by the fact that researchers came to the HR and said, actually, we are a little bit different. Yes, we might represent only a couple of % of the entire workforce, and there's only a fraction of that are mobile, but there are some issues there. So I think there is a certain limited knowledge among employers about the concrete issues researchers are actually facing. And I think if they were aware, perhaps even if researchers were a bit louder, I think they would be also making sure that this is, for example, included in the collective bargaining agreements, or also they do something in addition.
Thank you, Slaven. I completely agree. Catalin, do you have a last comment? No? Oh, yourself? Jen, go ahead.
Just to
and Pil, did you have a comment?
tie together the last three questions, comments. I think that something, how to implement or make sure to implement the competence framework, and what you mentioned about the years. I mean, there are countries where if you are a holder of an ERC or a MSCA fellowship or doctoral fellowship of a specific type, global, you can have a tenure track position without going through a public call. You can have that offer. But how much that is really done in reality? How much is used just to lure people, high-level researchers to your country, to your institution, and then not. And how that competence framework is really implemented, that is a huge problem. So I think that one thing we need to do, but it's not just us, is to keep an eye, observe, and oversee, and that real implementation and the misuse of the researcher competence network. And
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Pil, a very brief comment, please, and then we'll go straight to Mentimeter. Thank you.
If you are to be louder, you need a seat at the table. If you are to be part of collective bargaining, you have to have employment. And you have to be a member of a labor union. Doctoral candidates, many postdocs are not employed. That's the core issue. They are professionals. They should be employed. A secondary issue is the mobility in this case. Third country nationals, the entry into collective bargaining and their labor union, that's not, there's no entry. Okay. So I like that you asked me to be louder. I can be louder, but I need a seat at the table to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Pil. That's a very good note to end on, and I think that's a general point we can take away from today's session, that researchers need a seat at the table. Now we'll head straight to Sal before we go. Sal, will you take us through the results of Mentimeter, and then I'll conclude.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm gonna try to do it as quickly as possible. As you have seen at the beginning, we had several questions for you. First of the question was, what do you think is the biggest barrier to a sustainable career in research? So, as you can see on the screen, job security is the biggest concern and the biggest barrier. After that, funding availability, publication pressure, lack of career development, work-life balance. We can move on to next question. How valued do you feel as a researcher in terms of your contributions beyond publications? Majority of answers were about somewhat valued or neutral. Only one response for highly valued, and two response not valued at all. And then we go to the following question. Yes, what's the one change you believe would make academic careers more attractive? Here we have several responses. I'm going to try to summarize them quickly. Basically, key changes to make academic careers more attractive is sustainable funding as the first, ensure stable and sufficient funding for basic research with targeted support for early career researchers before securing permanent positions, improved working conditions, competitive salaries and financial well-being, limiting working hours to prevent burnout, guaranteed conditions for conducting research effectively. After that, reforming metrics of success, move beyond the publish or perish culture. Success should be not solely measured by prestigious publications. Recognize and reward diverse contributions like teaching, mentoring, leadership, and policy involvement. Equity and social security is also one of them. Provide equitable access to social benefits, sick leave, parental leave, unemployment benefits tailored to precarious and mobile nature of academic work. Fully recognize doctoral candidates as professionals with existing advanced degrees. Reforming research assessment is also one of them. Develop fair evaluation criteria for different academic fields. Introduce accountability measures such as allowing early career researchers to review their mentors. Language and communication is one of them. Simplifying academic jargon and make research language more accessible. And a last point out of all this is flexible funding opportunities. Create springboard funding to support researchers transitioning between positions. By addressing this issue, academic careers can become more attractive, equitable and sustainable. That's the conclusion.
Thank you, Sal. Thank you for doing that so efficiently and well. So that brings us to the end of this session. I would just again encourage you to pick up the leaflet on iCorsa and look at the Secure project for showing the implementation of the European Researcher Career Framework and how it might transpire. And all that remains for me is to thank most sincerely our wonderful and informative panel, Slaven from the EU, Carl from UNESCO, Nicola from Eurodoc, Catalin from YAE, and Gian from MCAA, all our rapporteurs and moderators. Pip is just gone. We wish her a safe travel home. And thank you, everybody, for participating here today. And we look forward to interacting more with you in the future. Goodbye, and thank you from me, Rosario Griffin, from iCorsa. Thank you.